In 1994, Tom Hanks once pretended to be mentally handicapped for 6 straight weeks. He even filmed it and then submitted it to the Academy Award.
Tonight, 3-0 meets 3-0. Only one will remain unbeaten.
Buckle up, here we go.
Monday Night Football, Dolphins, Saints. Tonight, 8:25 Eastern on ESPN.
Wow, how about that? It works. It works, right? Yes, okay, good. Hey everyone, I'm here live streaming in AMA for the first time, I think, in Reddit history. And I'm doing this because I want to prove, one, that I'm here actually answering every single question. I've already gotten a head start on this AMA and started answering stuff in the text. I also wanted to live stream this because I am a masochist and do not want to leave this desk for the next, 4 hours. You may be wondering what this clock is behind me. It's actually pretty straightforward. This is a countdown clock to the Tom Hanks AMA today on Reddit. The greatest living actor, Tom Hanks, is doing an AMA on Reddit, and I just figured we should count this down. Hey Michael, I initially wanted to, thank you, look at that. I initially wanted to talk about the book, talk about this great fundraiser we're doing with Donors Choose to basically give away a year of mentorship for anyone who enters this raffle. We're fundraising for every single STEM classroom in Brooklyn on Donors Choose, because why not? Go big or go home. And the grand prize is a year-long mentorship with me. I'll help you with whatever it is you're working on, your startup, your film, your album, your book, whatever it is. I'll be on speed dial. You just call me for anything, just as if you're one of my portfolio companies or a Y Combinator founder. So there's going to be a variety of things going on. While I answer your questions, the AMA, we're also going to have some fun guests. I'm just going to put this right there. Now look at this. This is you guys actually. This is I have to thank The Verge. They set up all this amazing stuff. They not only do an amazing job producing Small Empires, which is a show that I'm working on with them, they also are, I would argue, one of the best tech news sites online today. Really. Ironically, they also have these amazing devices here. I guess a throwback to a different century. That's really nice, guys. And they've let me a desk, they let me an office, they even set up all these microphones and all these cameras so that we can do this live, do it live. And like I said, the real goal for today is to count down the next 3 hours and 30 minutes until Tom Hanks does his amazing AMA. But first and foremost, I need to make sure, if you aren't already on the IAMA, if you go to IAMA.reddit.com, you'll find all the stuff happening. I've already had discussions with people about everything from weird sexual fetishes to, it's another day on the internet, to eating fast food and why it's important to really consider your health and not succumb to all those fast food temptations. Also had to make it clear Popeyes is better than KFC. Okay, so we got a variety of stuff here. All the stuff usually, in a lot of these AMAs, a lot of it comes back to this idea of how do you feel about where Reddit is today. You know, the reality is I only barely understand where it is today and where it is headed. You know, I'm on the board now, and when we were getting started, Steve and I were sitting in a little tiny apartment in Medford, Massachusetts. Can we actually, let's bring that up. Hold on, I'm gonna try this. You can see my screen, right? Yeah, okay, Medford, MA. Recent, all right. Miss you, all right. Let's see here, Medford. Yes, okay, so here we are. So this is not Silicon Valley right here, just to be clear. We are a long ways away. But that's where it all got started. Actually, I think I can find, this is gonna get creepy. Bristol Road, Medford. Yes, I know the address. All right, yes. I don't know how to use Street View apparently. Okay, so somewhere on this street, oh man, is this actually, that'd be really creepy if this were the guy. I clearly don't know how to use this software. We had a neighbor, we went to the top floor. I have now just traveled to another street. This is why I shouldn't demo stuff. I don't think that's right. Let's just see what happens here. Okay. The point is, we lived on the top floor of a little place like this. I think this is the one where Reddit got started, whichever one is 72 Bristol. I honestly don't recall. The point is, we're cramped in this apartment for 3 months, working on this website called Reddit with a program called Y Combinator, which had funded us, which had backed us. And you know, Steve and I just wanted to make something that worked. We wanted to make something that people wanted. We wanted to make something that would let us live like college students for as long as possible, because we really liked eating pizza and drinking beer. And we were thrilled. It's sort of become lore now, but for the first week or two, Steve and I actually just faked most of the submissions. We had maybe a network of 100 to 200 people. Remember, this is before social media, so like we didn't have a Twitter account to be like, hey everyone, check this thing out. And we faked the first few hundred users. We just had different usernames, and we bugged, like I said, we bugged our friends, maybe 2 of them, Connor and Morgan. Connor and Morgan were the 2 people who actually came through, so thank you guys. But you know, the rest of it was just us with different usernames. And we lucked out, really, because while we weren't getting any coverage anywhere, no press, certainly no TechCrunch, we actually weren't in TechCrunch until the day we got acquired, Paul Graham wrote an amazing essay that linked to us and sent us our first bit of traffic. And it was after that, 2 weeks in, that, wow, Reddit was working and it was starting to roll and we weren't wasting our time. and it was a much smaller project than it is today, right? It's a platform for communities online to do anything, share links, discussions about any number of topics, including even Warhammer and My Little Pony. My Little Warhammer is an amazing subreddit crossover. So I don't, I'm not sure where it's headed. I think we have amazing people at Reddit now, and they understand the humble beginnings and also the fact that what made Reddit work and what made every one of our competitors fail was simply the fact that we created a platform. Dig, all of its clones, they wanted to be a monoculture, a homogenous front page. And by allowing users, and this is a fight that Steve and I had very early on, by allowing users to actually create their own subreddits, we took a very different course, and it's put us on an amazing track. And it makes us much more similar to sites like WordPress, even Tumblr to some extent, but it's its own thing, right? This is the new web forum. That's probably the unsexiest way to describe it, but we are absolutely standing on the shoulders of giants, and I'm excited to see where it goes from here, because we already have the fact. Actually, let me pull this up. A recent Reddit blog post profiled. I'm not going to read this because my Spanish is terrible. Here, hold on. We can do that shot again. Yes, nailed it. Hold on. That's some HD goodness right there. All right, just pretend you can read that. So we have such a diversity of subreddits at this point that we have scores of them that are now entirely in Espanol. They're all in Spanish. And again, this is the perfect display of just how broad Reddit is, how broad that platform is. If you are a community of people, a community of nerds in Mexico, just a community, maybe even a literal community like Oaxaca, you can be using this platform to share links and have discussions in obviously whatever language you want and about whatever stuff you want. And so that's amazing to me, right? This is where Reddit began, on a little street in the middle of nowhere with some random dude. Our landlord was kind of skeezy. He actually went through our mail once. But this is where it started. And this is less a story of what happened to me and Steve, and more a story for the promise of the internet and what can happen when you can have two recent college graduates who have no business starting a company actually getting something started with, like we'd raised 12 grand in seed funding, and actually being able to build something that today is truly international. There are more people using Reddit every month than there are living in France. I Googled this recently, so I know this is a fact, and that is mind-blowing. But that's the internet for you. It's not a fad. So, oh man, more questions. Okay. Let's see what we got here. I'm hitting reload. All right, what's the top question? Went in for lunch today. We covered that one. I'm really proud of this. They asked me what I had for breakfast and lunch, and I explained I basically had both in one meal, breakfast and lunch, which is, of course, oh, come on, brain. What the hell is it called? No. Lunk fast. It's called lunk fast. Much better. It rolls off the tongue a lot better. Steven, what do you got in your hands there?
Well, I've got a door stopper just so this door stays closed a little bit more. We're going to take a 90-second break real quick.
Are we running commercial?
Yeah.
You guys.
90-second ad.
These guys.
We're not running ads.
Oh, okay. What's 90 seconds?
Cool. We can go ahead for it. So tell everybody we'll be right back.
I mean, they can hear you, right? We'll be right back.
Everybody, we'll be right back. All right, now we're back.
Oh, hello, everyone. I didn't see you there. One of the things... I love that. That's actually... I forget who started that meme, but I really like the Zach Wiener does it all the time where he's like reading the book. It must be some old...
I feel like it's an SNL thing.
It's an SNL thing? Oh, I didn't see you there. I mean, obviously, this is not my original idea. And real quick, Steven, I want to make sure you get a chance to actually come here and talk about small empires. Do you want to do that? Yeah, come on in. We're going to take a little time out from this AMA. Steven, we're also going to test the mic out. How you doing?
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
On your show today.
Thanks for coming. This is really nice. This is some poor bastard got kicked out of his office for this. Really?
Kyle Kramer,
Yeah, Kyle.
He's wandering the streets of Midtown right now. Times Square.
Alone. That's sad.
Alone, and very sad, but maybe he's tuning in. Who knows?
He's probably watching.
He's probably watching.
A single tear hanging on his chin as he's just like, they took my room. First and foremost, Stephen, not a lot of people know this. You are the producer of a show on The Verge that I hear you're very proud of. Could you tell us about it? Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that show about?
So, this show, it's been a blast to make. Small Empires is all about celebrating what is happening in tech in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
And this was an idea that you came to us, you wanted to do. You've been trying to do it for a long time.
It's true,
right?
it's true.
And The Verge was the right home for it. So basically, in a nutshell, we go to startups, we interview people that have started startups, and we basically try to level the playing field to show people that when everybody starts, nobody has any idea what they're doing.
No idea,
right?
yeah. Some of us still don't, myself included.
You want me to get closer to the microphone? We can talk openly.
Billy, you can gesture. Yeah, you can gesture like that anytime, man. It's an industry thing. You guys wouldn't understand.
So we've done 10 episodes now. We've just finished filming our 10th episode.
Went really well.
Yeah, we can't tell you who it is yet. We like to keep it a surprise.
I may have leaked it in the comments, actually. I may have. Yeah. Sorry.
Most beautiful offices that we've been to in the season so far. So it's been a lot of fun to actually dive in and get to see what these people are doing. I've been interested in startups for a long time, so I love sitting there and getting to listen to all your questions, and I think that hopefully other people find it fascinating.
Something people don't know is, and this is a little bit of the movie magic. I am actually, it looks like I'm asking the questions, but for half of them, it is me looking to the team and saying, "All right, guys, what should I ask?"
That's not true.
We have the behind the scenes footage though. I mean, it is good though. It makes it really easy on me because I know, like, all right, I feel like I did a pretty good job, and then it's like, all right, guys, let me know what else to say, and then they ask the question, and the most embarrassing thing is when the person starts answering, and I have to stop her and be like, "I'm sorry. I need to now pretend like I asked you that question, so let me say it myself, and then you can respond."
It looks so natural.
They have no idea. They have no fucking idea. I know. So when is Small Empires coming back? That's when everyone. I walk down the street and people are like, "Hey, Small Empires guy, when are you coming back?"
When's it coming back?
They ask me all the time.
It will be back in just a few short weeks. There's a lot of like publishing, scheduling things that we have to do at The Verge, and so we're getting a final answer, I think, this week.
Shouldn't this be a priority over? Well, I mean, what else do you guys do here? I was told The Verge. Can we bring him here?
And tell him to cancel The Verge cast forever.
Is he in the office?
He's not in the office right now. He doesn't show up until like 4 p.m.
Really?
Yeah.
You're going to go on the record. Wow. All right, Josh.
If
You're being called out, sir. Yeah. Wow. That's a little disappointing. Well, all right. Let me ask you this then. Tom Hanks is doing an AMA later today.
Yep.
One of the greatest living actors, just an amazing person who I don't even know him, but I just know he's amazing. What would you want to ask Tom Hanks?
I would ask Tom Hanks. So I actually I watched the final episode of Breaking Bad last night.
No spoilers. I'm sorry, I haven't.
Don't worry.
I know. I'm not using the internet today, basically.
There was a commercial for a new Tom Hanks movie that's coming out.
Yes.
Captain
Phillips.
Which looks amazing.
Yeah, we can put that up a little later.
I would ask him because I know that he like produces a lot of his own movies. I know that he's like directed. Didn't he direct That Thing You Do?
Yes, he did.
He did everything.
He did everything. He was the camera guy in that. Special effects,
exactly.
Key grip. Yeah.
So I would ask him, because I'm assuming that he probably produced this one as well, but what he enjoys about both producing and starring in his films.
That's a really thoughtful question.
That's what I'm interested in.
That is a thoughtful question. I was going to ask him some inane question about Wilson here. You know, they actually make.
Do you think he's tired of this? About people talking about Wilson?
I don't know. We'll find out. That's the question I'll ask him. That's a better question. What I love, yes, Devin.
I need to get real close to the mic.
Jeez, I'll make you feel better.
This was my idea to put the filter here too. Now I'm regretting that decision.
You can pop your peas that way though, and not have to worry.
Okay,
but
that's good. That's better.
But I wonder, because I was worried, how am I going to find a volleyball soon enough and then, you know, draw my hand, paint the hand on it. Turned out they sell them all totally made.
Turns out Steven Spielberg likes to make money.
Yeah, he's getting paid.
Is that a thing?
A lot of cheddar for that. This was a $600 volleyball, but you know, for Tom, it's worth it.
Wow.
And then I also have a surprise. This is my first time hosting anything like this. I mean, there's never been a live streamed AMA, let alone a countdown to Tom Hanks's AMA. And I just wanted to give you a little something. This is some Kings County Distillery bourbon. Fun fact, it was illegal to distill in New York, I think City, until very recently. They passed some law that allowed us to finally we ended prohibition.
Just whiskey.
They
can brew beer.
Yeah, they can definitely brew beer, but I think it's
make
distilling. I'm gonna have to Google this.
Okay.
I don't actually know. I'm sorry, but anyway, it's wonderful. It's made in the Brooklyn Navy Yard.
Okay.
This is not a promotion. I did not get paid or compensated in any way for this. I just really like it, and I love repping Brooklyn, and I like getting my crew drunk. So there you go.
I have to drink this right now?
You have to drink it all right now.
It's what time is it? 11:35.
It is bourbon time.
Bourbon time.
Bourbon
Thank
time.
you so much.
Yeah, sure thing, Steven.
We've had a blast making the show, and I appreciate you working with us, and I hope that you've had fun too.
I have. It's been good. This guy, he won't let me make eye contact with him on the set, but outside of work, you're really nice. Outside of work, he's really nice.
When
but
I'm
on the set, he's
focused,
a
when
tyrant.
I'm in the zone, I'm in the zone, all right?
Tyrant.
That's
Just
what
a
you
monster.
want, hopefully.
Yeah.
Thank you for this. I'm going to let you get back to
answering questions.
YouTube
We're gonna need to show the trailer while I type some answers to the questions.
Oh yeah, for Captain
You want
Phillips.
to watch
it
this?
looks really good.
All right. Can we get this on the screen? Is this full volume? I can't actually hear it, but I'm going to imagine what it sounds like.
The audio's coming in.
As long as they can hear the audio. That's this guy, he won't let me make Great job, Steven. On the set, but outside of work, you're really
We are an unarmed freighter.
I got one for everyone too. So we still have enough for everyone.
Chances are it's just fishermen.
Answer questions. We're gonna need to show the trailer while I type some answers to the questions. You want to watch this?
Listen up.
All right.
We have been boarded by armed pirates. Stay hidden at all costs.
Oh, you know what? I can't ask this weird. I'm going to see anyway as well.
We will follow the... Stick together. It will be all right.
Great job, Steve.
I don't know. You think you play? You think we play? You're gonna shoot somebody. Shoot me.
I got one for everyone too. We still have enough for everyone.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
1 minute, I kill all your friends. 1 minute.
Don't get in there. Gotta get him off the ship. Not like this.
The Navy is not going to let you win.
I come too far. I can't give up.
There's got to be something other than kidnapping people.
Maybe in America. Maybe in America.
Captain Phillips, can you hear me? Captain Phillips, can you hear me?
The Navy is not going to let you win.
I come too far. I can't.
Hear any of that? But fortunately, wait, really? Another one? Just can't get enough. Oh, right. Yes. Okay. There we go. We're having I was having an inception moment there. Okay. So yes, there. It looks like it's going to be amazing. My only question with it was, as I understood it, that entire the entire saga from he's held hostage to they've called in the SEALs to game over kind of went by pretty quick because I should need to Google reference, but I feel like the SEALs pretty much showed up and people exploded and then it was game over. And I'm sure it's going to be a very dramatic, very good film. And it seems like they're also thinking about the social commentary about just why there are people throughout East Africa, Somalis and otherwise, who have to resort to piracy in order to make ends meet because there are no other options. And if you've been paying attention to what's been happening around the Horn of Africa for the last decade or two, there is not a lot to be hopeful for given all of the trauma. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens to this film. And hopefully Tom Hanks will be able to tell us just how much of this film he actually did. I hear he actually acted as every one of the characters, directed, wrote the script, shot, just everything. And I hope someone asks him about that weird animated flick he did, Polar Express.
Did he do it?
Well, he was he was a train. Look, I did not see this film. I just know he was the train conductor, and it was one of those. What's the moment when the androids, when the artificial persons look a little too real? Where it gets a little unseemly, where it's too close, but it's not. There's an effect. I wish if only we had some kind of. No, but it has this badass name. I don't know, and I can't even Google for it. Okay, anyway, continuing through the AMA. So, question about waffles. Yes, I like waffles. Who doesn't like waffles? Seriously, waffles changed my life. I was actually at there's a Waffle House on 29 in Charlottesville, Virginia, when I decided that I did not want to be a lawyer, and instead I wanted to be something else. Didn't really know I was going to be an entrepreneur. Kind of hoped maybe that's how it would turn out, but Jack Thorman, shout out Jack Thorman, and I walked out of an LSAT prep course on a Saturday morning to go get waffles at Waffle House, and that is when I had the epiphany that law school was very expensive, going to take 3 years, and if I wanted to give up 3 years and a lot of money, I should really, 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 really want to do it, and I didn't. So I had waffles instead of go to law school.
Did you know what kind of lawyer you wanted to be?
I knew exactly what kind of lawyer I wanted to be, voice off camera. That was Steven. I wanted to be an immigration lawyer because my mom was an immigrant. My dad's family all fled the Armenian genocide. So immigrants, a big part of my identity. And yeah, I wanted to help a bunch of immigrants get in the country, basically. So when the opportunity comes up, whether it's with startup visa, whether it's with any kind of immigration reform, I have tried to lend my voice where I can to advocate for it. So I feel like I'm kind of helping, although it's kind of a cop-out because it's not the same thing as actually doing something about it, like being an immigration lawyer. But if I can use my platform to help get some more sensible immigration laws in the United States, then I will. Actually, it's time to shame America. Canadian visa billboard in Silicon Valley. You ready for this? Boom. This hurts me, all right? This makes me so sad, all right? Canada, and props to you, Canada, has put up a billboard in Silicon Valley trolling America, saying H-1B problems, pivot to Canada. New startup visa, low taxes, and a URL. See this? They put a giant maple leaf in the heart of America's innovation economy. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's happening all over the country, but come on, they brought it right to the Valley and said, you're screwing up, America. Get it together. Our whole secret sauce has been getting the talented people from all over the world to come here, start companies, and be awesome, and we are screwing that up. And now Canada is drinking our milkshake, or maple syrup, or whatever they would prefer. So kudos to you, Canada, and shame on you, America, for having such epic fails in the way of immigration. All right, so Pinworm, 18 minutes ago, asks, so Saving Mr. Banks is the sequel to Saving Private Ryan. I don't get this. Wait, who is Mr. Banks? Did I miss this?
Is that the name of the captain?
No, Captain Phillips. Yeah, wait, Mr. Banks. All right, I'm gonna try Googling this. This could be dangerous. Tom Hanks. Oh, wait, was this a Tom Hanks movie? Saving Mr. Banks? What? What? This is a film? Are you kidding me? Whoa, all right, you're teaching me. I didn't recognize him because of the mustache, that's right. John Lee Hancock film, blah, 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 2-week briefing.
It's a Disney movie.
Disney, childhood in Australia, she came in there yeah, wow, okay. Apparently it's got Oscar predictions. Really? How does this man make 2 films at the same time? I bet he was shooting, that's it. He was shooting Captain Phillips at the same time he was shooting Saving Mr. Banks, but that does not explain the mustache. There must be 2 Tom Hanks. I think that's the only reasonable explanation. So, Pinworm, I had no idea that film even existed. Thank you for blowing my mind. How did he shoot both at the same time, but only with one mustache?
he had a goatee in Captain Phillips.
We'll never know. Oh, he could have grown. Yeah.
He's probably started with Phillips,
and then went to the Mr.
Trimmed it down.
You know what's great though? I could get all. I would not surprise me if they planned it that way and just basically said, listen, Mr. Hanks's facial hair is not ready to film this yet. If you can just wait 4 months, his facial hair will be ready. But here's the thing, Tom Hanks can do that because he's amazing.
How long it took him to grow the head of hair that he had in Da Vinci Code?
No.
I mean, that
oh God,
like
you're right.
At
least
yeah, delay the whole
no, but here's the thing though. I have to believe. Now, okay, other actors might say, oh, I need some kind of extension, or I'm gonna fake it. Tom Hanks gets told, hey, we need you to play a character with really long shoulder-length hair. You know what he does? He sits there and stares at him so that in the next 20 minutes, that hair grows out in front of the casting director, like in real time, because that's the kind of man he is. Because that's acting, is what that is. As a terrible actor, I have no control over my follicles. None. Zero. Yeah, and actually, if anyone's watching Small Empires, they've probably noticed I have different facial hair every single episode. It's madness. So what's the latest movie you've seen? How was it? Melmac 1803 asked me this 18 minutes ago. Here's the thing, Melmac 1803. I don't know if you're talking to me or to Tom Hanks. If it's me, the last movie I saw was Fruitvale Station, which is amazing. Must see. Seriously, every person, every American, everyone, not even just Americans, but everyone should see it. Must see. It's a gut-wrenching film. Let me put that gut-wrenching film. Tom Hanks. What would Tom Hanks say? This is the latest movie he's seen. See, I don't even think Tom Hanks sees his own movies. He doesn't need to. Even when he directs, even when he edits, this guy probably doesn't even have to look at Final Cut. Or does he use iMovie? What does he use? Probably Final Cut.
No, probably Sony Vegas.
Really?
Yeah. I think he's a PC guy. Tom Hanks. He's one of those guys that's got like the IBM PowerBooks.
I have really overestimated him. Really? Okay. He loves typewriters though. That is true. So he may. You know what though? Tom Hanks probably. You know what he does? He probably shoots digital. Yeah. He probably shoots digital. Yeah. But when it comes out of his digital camera, it comes out as film, and then he just cuts it all himself, exactly. And then just like wills it. He has it in the film reel and just kind of presses it for hard enough for it to turn into ones and zeros, and it becomes digital. Tom Hanks. I don't. What am I gonna? I'm just gonna leave this as me for obviously for Fruitvale Station. They'll just have to assume of the year. Really, that was an amazing film. And here's the thing, Fruitvale Station. I remember that video bubbling up on Reddit because it was this grainy video on YouTube shot from someone's cell phone of this young man who was face down, already in handcuffs, and then shot in the back by a police officer. I remember that story bubbling up around. I remember all the discussion. I remember everything, and you know, it is little comfort to know that at least it is little comfort to know that it was recorded, so that there was evidence. But it is some comfort because I can assure you that had there not been people there with smartphones recording that and uploading it to the internet, there is a very good chance that nothing would have happened. Now, granted, you know, the police officer who killed him received a pretty minimal sentence, to say the least. So it's not, again, you know, the internet technology is not a magic wand for creating justice in the world, but it is encouraging at least to know that that story was able to be told and shared in a way that, you know, could not have otherwise happened unless there was coincidentally, you know, a camera crew there. And I think it's a path towards progress. The other thing about it is it's an amazing film, even without Tom Hanks being involved in it, which does happen. I love Tom Hanks, but plenty of films do very well that aren't about him.
What's your favorite Tom Hanks?
Oh, Saving Private Ryan, without a doubt. That was actually, I answered my first answer to this AMA was just to get some things out of the way, and I only put the answers. I didn't put the questions that they were answers to. But yeah, Saving Private Ryan. Also, mostly because I was a history major, And you know what? Let's just go to those opening. Those first few minutes of Saving Private Ryan are amazing, and I will probably never know the kind of courage it takes to do anything like putting myself in harm's way like this. But you have to imagine back then, most of these men were, I mean, they were basically boys, were told, I mean, given so little information other than, hey, you're getting on this boat and you're showing up the next morning in France, and good luck. We have a pretty good feeling that there won't be anyone there, but you never know. The terror that I couldn't even imagine. And yes, side note, I know 44, when D-Day happened, was America's first, big push into the European theater, and I know World War II in Europe had been going on since '39. So I know there's, for all the history majors out there, are going to be like, what about the English? What about the Russians and all that? Yes, they, in many ways, actually won the war, or made sure there was a war for us to help to win by the time we did show up. But you cannot take away from the just incredible bravery. And the fact that, like, this film just, obviously World War II was our, without getting too political, our last just war. And, but to just get a taste of what it must have been like. I mean, obviously, I sitting here, I can't possibly understand, but it's just so good. It's such a good film. Such a good film. And it's, oh, wow. There you go. Purchase the full movie on Blu-ray. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. I don't want to see this Johnny Depp interview. Is the audio on? Nice. I can talk over it? Oh. But wait, they can still hear the video. Oh. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Just because I feel bad talking over it. Oh.
Stand out of your weapons. Keep those actions clear. We'll see you on the beach.
Really, the scene with the arm, like, nope, no chance. I would not, nope, that's not, no, not for me. Such a good film. All right, so in the interim, while we were watching a little bit of Saving Private Ryan, Gina Gershon stopped by to say hello and also mention that she is drinking tequila with her AMA. She's asking if I have extra to give to her, so I would presume she's run out. Needless to say, tequila goes great with any AMA. So does bourbon, which, Gina, I would send you, but I don't know where you are. I also lack the technology to be able to transfer bottles of alcohol through space and time, but working on it. It's potential. So I have a question here from R1919 who asked me, what am I most excited for about the tour? Well, R1919, that is easy. So I'm doing a little bit of a tour here for Without Their Permission. It is 150 stops, 75 universities all across the United States and a little bit of Canada, because I'm crazy and because I am so excited to meet a new generation of people doing awesome stuff on the internet. It's really like the core of the book is not so much just about, I mean, it's a little bit about Reddit and Hitmonk and some of my own stuff, but the thing that gets me really excited is talking about Zach Anner, who is an amazing comedian who also happens to have cerebral palsy. Zach Wienersmith, who's a webcomic artist down in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, who has built an empire in in Saturday morning breakfast cereal. And Lester Chambers, who was a blues musician who was robbed by the industry, and with a little bit of help from Reddit, was able to get a Kickstarter campaign going and raise, let's get that right, lesterstimeHasCome.com, bad URL, still unavailable. Let's try that again. There we go, $61,000. Again, with the help of Reddit, he was able to finally get an album that he himself owned entirely. And this is what the internet is doing. It's helping people be awesome. And it's not just as founders, it's as philanthropists, it's as artists, it's as musicians, entertainers, and I want more awesome stuff. And so I'm getting on a bus and I bought a t-shirt cannon because I want as many people as possible to get exposure to this and in a lot of ways get access to the things, the sort of kick in the butt that I wish I had when I were an undergrad at UVA. Wahoo wah. But I do wish this were a broader part of more curricula. It's not, but hopefully it will be, hopefully. So yes, meet a new generation of people doing awesome stuff on the internet and show off all of that awesomeness while we're on tour. It's one thing to just talk about, hey, it's this great platform, people are doing cool stuff on it. It's another thing when you actually have people who are on stage, who are being interviewed, who are doing this stuff, right? It's show, don't tell. And at every stop, instead of doing an author reading because that is lame, and if you want to hear me, you can just get the audiobook because I will read that to you whenever you want. We're going to actually have successful alums from every university coming back on stage, being interviewed by me, sort of small empire style, talking about how they found success on the internet, whatever it is that they do. And what I hope that does is, yeah, all right, if I talk for 20 minutes, 25 minutes about whatever you want on stage, hopefully it'll be really fun and maybe even a little inspirational. But that's my story. And maybe that doesn't motivate you. I mean, I hope it does, but let's say it doesn't. If I bring an alum, if I bring another Bulldog or another Hokie, dare I say it, or another whatever on stage, and you see someone and she talks about the success that she has had online, and you realize she was actually in this seat, in this auditorium 6 years ago. If that can't motivate you, then I don't know what will, and perhaps this is just not for you, which is fine. But I really hope that we can make this as efficient and effective and useful, frankly, as possible for everyone who attends. So I'm very excited about it, and I'm probably most excited about the, you can see how terrible a typist I am, t-shirt cannon I bought. Really, I bought a t-shirt cannon, not the giant one, but a nice little sort of t-shirt pistol. Okay. Thanks, follow-up questions, small empires, okay. Oh man, oh this is a good, okay. He's Not There asks, if someone was going to play Tom Hanks in a movie about Tom Hanks, who would you have it be? If someone was going to play Tom Hanks in a movie about Tom Hanks, I would say Christopher Walken, because why not? Seriously, no really, I mean, if, oh maybe, I mean, okay, practically speaking, it should probably be his son, because he is an actor. He also does Reddit AMAs, but it wouldn't feel as good as Walken. Nothing feels as right as Walken. Plus the dancing. Yeah, you can't forget the dancing. Yeah, that's it. Actually, Christopher was originally, I think, was he musicals? Something. He's a very good dancer. Yeah, very good. And you know the Fatboy Slim video. Oh wait, it's time to pull up a Fatboy Slim video. He really YouTube. Fatboy Slim Christopher Walken, Weapon of Choice, that's the one. That's the thing, this is a guy who unabashedly loves to sing, and it's a gift like that that he shares so courageously with the world in this music video. But yeah, I would, without a doubt, have Christopher Walken playing Tom Hanks in the film about Tom Hanks. Hey, everyone. Thank you for coming back to see this AMA. Was that pretty good? Is that terrible?
Yeah,
no, it's good? 9 out of 10? Okay. I love Chris Walken. I think it goes without saying. The Tom Hanks film about the life of Tom Hanks needs to be starring Christopher Walken. If anyone disagrees, they're wrong. Simple as that. Okay, so while we were doing that, I was catching up on some more questions. Oh man, they are coming in. Okay. Wow. Blah, 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 blah. That's small impact. Wow, that's a whole bunch of shit. All right, so there's a question about the Stop Watching Us rally in DC. I think we are actually bringing a bus, the tour bus, all the way to DC. Look, I think it can happen. We're going to be somewhere in the middle of the country, and we have to drive like some obscene number of miles to make it here. But you know, I was really impressed by the Restore the Fourth protests that I participated in for July 4th. People showed up. A lot of people showed up all across the country to say, hey, look, the Constitution matters. The Fourth Amendment matters, and just because it is digital does not mean it should not apply. And I think people are realizing this. I really think I am sensing a much larger shift as more and more people realize, you know, we value privacy in the physical world. We should also value privacy in the digital world, right? If you want to get in my mailbox or in my house, get a warrant. If you want to get in my inbox or in my Dropbox, get a warrant. It's remarkably obvious for anyone who understands the technology. The problem is not a lot of people writing these laws, Congress, understand the technology. But that's on us. That's on us as citizens to make our voices heard and make sure we have people in office who actually understand. So October 26th, Washington, D.C., we're having a rally against mass surveillance. If you go to stopwatching.us, you can sign up and hopefully participate. I think I will be there. I'm like 99% sure. I have been told by my tour manager that we can, in fact, get the bus there in time and then leave for the very next stop on the Epic Book Tour. I think we can do it. It's absolutely worth it, and we're going to find a way. So, other questions? Let's see here. It's tough with usernames. You never really know.
There's
what do you got?
Questions coming in from the YouTube.
On YouTube? YouTube has comments?
I can read
Oh, you can ask this to me. Yeah, please. Give me one.
Somebody asked who you would want to play you in the biopic.
Oh, in the Reddit movie?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me...
When that gets made.
I don't know. Well, okay. Let me show you who I want to play Steve. Let me pull this up real quick. Don't go to it yet. Wow, dude, he's gotten way older. Oh. Initially, I was going to say Anthony Michael Hall, but he has aged. Here, hold on. Because, all right, let me get a...
Can you hide your dock, by the way?
What's wrong with my dock? You don't like it sticking out there? Okay, all right, hold on. Let me get I've got a photo of Steve up here. It's sad, this is the fast, oh, there we go, okay. So there's a photo of me and Steve. Okay, can we see this? All right, there we go. So that's me and Steve. He's dressed up as Paul Graham for Halloween. It's actually a really good costume. That is Anthony Michael Hall, who has aged quite a bit. There we go, that's a little better. See, I think young Anthony Michael Hall would have been a ringer for Steve Huffman. Unfortunately, Anthony Michael Hall does not look like that anymore. So, I know Steve would want Ryan Gosling. Oh, that's an even better one. Yeah, look at that, like almost spitting image. I would want Christopher Walken to play me, which should come as no surprise. When he's done doing the Tom Hanks biopic, I'm gonna say, Mr. Walken, would you please play me? Actually, I'll tell you the guy who's probably the one everyone on the internet is thinking, because all they do is tell me how much I look like him. Wait, let me see if I can get a better photo. I mean, really? I guess a little bit. Yeah, I mean, all white guys kind of do look the same. Wait, no.
Pose the question to the audience.
Who? Yeah. Oh, good. That's a good one for everyone on. You can tweet it at me. Tweet at Alexis Ohanian. It's a little long, but oh, that's there we go. Josh Ratner, the guy from How I Met Your Mother, which I should probably watch. A lot of people really like that show. Yeah, geez, and these kids. I'm just gonna tell myself that when he goes places, people are like, "Yo, dude, you know who you look like? You look like the Reddit co-founder." And then he's gonna be like, "Fuck, are you talking about?" Yeah. Full screen image? Yeah, sure. Okay. All right. You're just gonna juxtapose the two, you bastard. Oh, Can't believe the technology for this. This is the biggest it's going to get without screwing things up.
Fine.
I don't know if I like this. I don't know where this is going. What else you got for me? Actually, no, I'm sorry. I have two computers here, so I can do this. Guitar Romantic asked, do you get to London much? Would be cool to host you at The Guardian for a chat at our morning conference. So I can presume that you work at The Guardian or you have keys to get in and don't mind being an interloper with me. I do love London. I studied there for a semester, fun fact, and nearly died every day I tried to cross the street. Everything's on the wrong side. Oh, there it is. Yeah, well done. Hold on, wait. Is that good? Is that close? Am I trying to? Yeah. God, that's yeah. I know. Josh Radnor, ladies and gentlemen. He's a very successful actor. I'll take it. You know what? I'm not going to turn that down. Would I get to London? Yes, I'd love to come to London. And I wanted to tell you a fun fact. Guitar Romantic. I do love London. I would love to come and chat. The Guardian's been doing some amazing things of late. In fact, they've been doing some great things in digital ever since 2005 when they were the first major news publication to ever write about Reddit. So let me see if I can pull this up. Guardian. In December 2005, they wrote an article about Reddit. It was the first time we'd ever been written up. Richard Adams, my man Richard, wrote this article. First time ever Reddit has been written up. And what's great about that is, for 6 months, Steve and I are busting our butts trying to grow Reddit. We're starting to get some traction at this point, but we had never gotten any major press. And this was before social media, mind you. But we had never gotten any major press, and it was really frustrating because, sitting there in Medford and then Somerville, we thought we were working on something very cool, but the tech press did not give us any love. In fact, I said this earlier, never appeared in TechCrunch until the day we got acquired. So when I see founders today who are like, oh boy, I can't wait to get in TechCrunch, I have to remind them, look, your goal should not be making a startup for TechCrunch. You will probably fail if you do that. And to the credit of The Guardian, an English newspaper, they were savvy enough to see something in, look at this, I love this. You can read this article, I think. Now that finding needles in the web's haystacks has been made, thanks to Google and its search engine peers, the next challenge is to find, that's not English, is it?
Is this set in the 18th
I was trying to do it,
century as well?
Pip, pip, all right. I have to get the English thing. I should not do impressions. But neither is a satisfactory solution for providing easily updated, tailor-made news. The better answer may be the approach taken by a news aggregator website named Reddit.com, the brainchild of two 22-year-old graduates from the University of Virginia, Steve Huffman and Alexis Ohanian. And they nailed it, actually. They said Reddit seeks to tap the wisdom of the crowds by gauging popularity, sort of similar to social bookmarking site Delicious. Very different website. People for years were like, you guys are like Delicious, or you guys are like Dig. I can go into that. But Delicious was brilliant in that they realized there was a byproduct to people bookmarking links. This is not the same as submit a link, vote on it. This is, let me save this for later. This is reference material, bookmark, bookmark, bookmark. And the byproduct was Delicious/popular, which was onto something. And Steve and I absolutely saw that. And Steve was a active Slashdotter. We thought we could do something a little better. And yes, I can assure you, it's in the book. We did not know about Dig until after we launched. And I found that email, and it was very simple. It just says, subject line, meet the enemy, and the body was dig.com. And Paul, who was also on that thread.
Who sent you that?
So somehow I found out about Dig, again, weeks after we launched, because I did a terrible job with the competitive analysis. And I emailed Paul and Steve, and I just said, meet the enemy. And Paul gave some very good advice. He said, don't worry about them. Your competitors, your competition will never be the ones who beat you. And if you spend any time thinking about them, you will just be copying them. You won't actually be doing something different. And it was great advice that I think about all the time. And he was absolutely right. I mean, Paul, absolutely right. So I do love London. It would be cool. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's make this happen. And please email Epic Book Tour. Alex, okay, you got a question from the YouTubes for me, Steven?
I do. Let's see what we got.
For all the...
You know, when we run out of YouTube and Reddit questions, we're going to go down to Yahoo Answers.
Great. You know,
We're going to start digging through.
There's so much great stuff on Yahoo Answers. Jeez, it's a gold mine for losing faith in humanity. Oh, there's a question about one true God. That's always a good one. You know, I actually was disappointed because there is not yet a dedication subreddit to Tom Hanks, at least that I know of, and perhaps we can change that today because the man deserves it. Oh, Blaster Kid, 12 minutes ago asked, does Tom Hanks have a jetpack? No, he does not need one. That's only for humans who cannot fly. It's true. Tom doesn't need that nonsense. Did I watch Breaking Bad? Yeah. Okay, El Nikos, listen. I don't need this right now, all right? I was on, everyone's been really nice to me. I have not, I'm still like way too many episodes behind. I don't want to talk about it. I need to binge. I was doing a thing this morning, and the very fine folks at CBS this morning actually shut off the audio in the green room because they were, before I was up, talking about Breaking Bad. So they've done me a lot of favors. I happened to catch a front page of a newspaper that may have mentioned someone dying, but I don't want to know anything else. I already kind of had a hunch you had it coming. But the point is, no, I did not watch it. No spoilers, please. Pretty, please. Seriously, I'm going to cry if this is ruined for me. Thank you. Okay.
Do you want to give your impression on what you think is going to happen?
Well, here's the embarrassing. I'm still in season 4. All right, let's just put this out there. Let's put this out there. All right, here's what's happening. Yeah, so season 4. You know, the car wash, that all seems to be going pretty well as a front. You know, they got a nice little setup going. Hank, I think he's onto something. He definitely seems to be onto something. And you know what? If I were to end the show right there, let's say in one more episode, Walter realizes that the car wash business is actually the more noble and lucrative enterprise, and just cuts a deal with the chicken dude and just says, listen, bygones be bygones. You know, here's the recipe. Here's the recipe for the meth. And yeah, any car wash, anytime. I'm your guy. And he lives a very fulfilling life and rekindles his marriage. Walter Jr. Goes to college, gets a scholarship. He ends up being a veterinarian because it turns out he always loved animals. And they have a wonderful life together. Walter gets married. Walter Jr. gets married in another 7 years, 6 kids, and everyone's happily ever after. I think it's going to end really well. I think it's going to be really positive, and perhaps even end with all the characters walking off into the sunset and then kicking up their heels because life is great. I think that's. And what about Jesse? Oh man, I don't know. I really hope, he did such an amazing AMA, and he seems like such an amazing person.
Yeah.
I want him to find other roles after the show.
Did you see the movie that he's going to be in?
No.
Need for Speed.
No. The video game?
Yep. They've adapted it into a movie.
Are you kidding me?
Pull up the trailer.
Who does this? Who does, really? Hollywood does this.
During the ads for the
Yeah, here's the thing about Need for Speed. Here's the thing about Need for Speed. I liked it better when it was called Fast and the Furious, 1 through 76. Like, seriously? All right, fine, let's watch this.
He looks kind of cool in it.
I'm sure he does, and I know my girlfriend's gonna want to watch it because he's in it, but like, come on now.
Can you go full screen on that?
I got you. I got you.
They took everything from me. I do not fear, for you are with me. All those who defied me shall be ashamed and disgraced. Those who wage war against me shall perish. I will find strength, find guidance, and I will triumph.
been told I should never, ever do an English accent again.
From somebody in England.
How do you know that?
Because he's on Twitter. He's from Coventry.
Coventry. You know what the problem is? The problem was I did not have any T. I can do a great English accent, but I need the T. Is what that is. Really? She just never, fine, okay. You know what, that's not gonna be a career path for me, and I'm okay with that. This is interesting. So Fairy or randomly says that YouTube will not let him or her watch the stream. The perks of being a European, I guess. Do we block the Europeans? There's no way. There's no way because we had an English guy. You want to talk about that some more? Yeah. Let's talk. I mean, I think this may be a technical. This is 40 minutes ago, but I'm worried that we have a user who's not getting the live feed that they want. I'm sorry. Blame Steven?
I'm going to blame Eric.
Is it working now? It's probably Eric Martin's fault. Who is the general manager of Reddit, and I think will be coming by because he promised me he would, and it would make me really happy to hear that.
He lives in the city?
He lives in Red Hook.
Cool.
He lives in, I was like, he just moved to Brooklyn. I was like, come on. So the wheels slowly started turning. Okay. I saw you this morning. Okay, here's a question. This is from ____ ____ _____________. I saw this morning on CBS. Great job. Thank you. I know those are important, but you brought up after each question. I got to the point where you said, thank you for your attention. As I was watching, I was just going to talk about your mom, then asking why Reddit is attacking Reddit for the boss bombing never on theirs. I felt like someone told you not to respond. No one told me not to respond. You did respond about how Newsink, I feel like deflecting questions. Oh, I don't know. I mean, the wild thing with any, I'm gonna have to try to type this. Okay, the tricky thing with any live interview is that you've got a lot of people coming at, asking questions. Asking questions from different directions that you need to respond to concisely. And that's the tricky thing, right? The problem with live television just generally as a format is no matter what, you have such a small window of time to say something, and not a lot of content can fit in that small bite size. So what do I want to say about, the question was about the Boston bombing. Yes, there was a subreddit created after the FBI asked for help from the public to identify these photographed suspects. A bunch of very well-intentioned people tried to help, and in turn actually misidentified someone. That was very, very wrong. Reddit came out and subsequently apologized, which I thought was the right thing to do, and sort of the bigger thing going forward is that any communication platform, especially a social media one where it's as open as anyone having a device, is never going to be 100% foolproof. And what I mean by that is, in the long history of journalism done by very smart, very dedicated, very specific people, there have always been mistakes, always. It's because humans are in the equation. I think I said this, I have to watch the interview again. As long as humans are part of the equation, people will make mistakes. And in fact, just recently, as I think I mentioned, during the Navy Yard shooting, a couple of major news networks mistweeted. They tweeted out incorrect people as suspects and had to retract them. And so this is not to say, oh look, mainstream media gets it wrong. This is to say humans are fallible. And in a time, we used to live in a time when the media was controlled by people who had the networks and the newspapers, and now anyone is the media, or we all are the media. And so if it wasn't foolproof then, it's still not foolproof now. And so when we try to correct this, we need to go after we need to correct it with the people who did it, not the communication platform itself. No one criticized Twitter for those people mistweeting suspects in the Navy Yard shooting, right? Like, I think, and I don't know what it is about technology that sort of obfuscates it, because like we all wish, We all wish no one pranked called 911. That actually costs lives every year because of some stupid person prank calling 911. And yet, there's nothing no one can charge AT&T or Verizon with allowing people to prank call using their cell phones. Like this communication tool is open to anyone who can pick it up and place a phone call. And although we all wish no one did it, it still happens. You can't. It's like we can't blame Twilight on Gutenberg or the printing press. Like this is the challenges we have now, though, are that the soapbox is now accessible to anyone with an internet connection, and it's a reality of the new world we live in. And as much as we want to do to try to curb this kind of behavior, it's never going to be foolproof, because it was not foolproof before when it was just journalists who had this power, and it's certainly not going to be now. And so there really is no technical solution. And I hope we can all start to exercise better judgment before we retweet things. And you know what? If you want, read the New York Times Sunday edition article, New York Times Magazine article about the bombing. It was actually the first really thorough look at every single time-stamped tweet and Reddit post. You'll actually find that it was a bunch of individuals, some of whom in the press, who were retweeting these things that started to snowball it. But this is sort of the new world we live in. And platforms like Reddit and like Twitter are going to continue to be a part of the discussion. And most of the time they'll be used well and responsibly, but sometimes they won't. And it's the people who we need to hold accountable for doing this stuff, not the platforms. Yes. Oh, and the other thing you probably don't know is there's a whole section of the book that's all about her that I don't like talking about because it makes me emotional. So, the tricky thing with live news is you've got a lot of people asking questions, different directions, you need to respond concisely. I talked about this in detail on the live stream, so hopefully you saw it. Thank you, ___, etc. But I did not talk about it.
By the way,
yeah.
We've got people commenting from the EU.
Oh, geez, they're still hating. They're hating.
Denmark, Germany. No, they're all good.
Deutschland.
They can see it.
Was ist los? Ausgezeichnet. Okay. Wir können das auf Deutsch tun. Also, willkommen zu alle die Damen und Herren von Deutschland und Österreich. Mein Deutsch ist ein bisschen besser als mein. I don't have any other languages. It's English. Actually, my English is much better than my German. I was gonna say my British English, but I didn't know how to say British English auf Deutsch. So sorry. Oh man. Okay. Simply_amazing asks, can you add autographed copies of your book to Amazon or Reddit gifts or something? I would love to buy a copy and get it autographed, but won't be able to attend any of the tour dates. We're doing 150 tour dates. None of them? Okay. Simply amazing. I will. Oh, geez. If I offer one person, I have to offer a lot of people. Okay. If you, we'll make this work. I'll put some on Reddit gifts. Let me see. I can't. There's no way it'll work on Amazon, but I think I can put some on Reddit gifts. So we'll make this work. I'll try to put some up on Reddit gifts.
Auction them off.
Oh, you know, we should.
For donors choose.
You know, thank you, Stephen, great advice. So the big reason I want to do this AMA today is because I'm doing a Prizeo campaign. It's basically a raffle, and the grand prize is a year of mentorship from yours truly. So I'll call you, I'll give you my cell phone, we'll chat about whatever you're doing. So if you're doing a startup, presumably I can be very helpful, but even if you're starting up a Kickstarter, we've got a lot of experience through Breadpig. If you're just trying to start up a nonprofit or you just have a cool idea, I want to be on call as like your Yoda firefighter, although slightly less heroic, but on call, and basically help you with whatever you need. And so, why am I doing all this? To fundraise for every single STEM classroom project in Brooklyn, my home borough. We can do this. There's Donors Choose figured it out. We can fund literally every single STEM project in Brooklyn on Donors Choose with this campaign if we hit our goal. So if you're at all interested in a year of mentorship from me, you should give, please donate. 100% it all goes to Donors Choose, which all goes to those classrooms. And there are some other fun prizes, including exclusive t-shirt, voicemail from me with a Christopher Walken impression. I'll Snapchat with you, but nothing naughty. I'll write you a haiku, tweet the hell out of that. You'll also get a shirt. I'll also call you up for 5 minutes and do my Bane impression for as long as I possibly can.
Does your girlfriend know about this? Did she realize that she's about to enter a relationship with a third person?
Well, with the Snap, well, here's the thing. That Snapchat thing is a temporary. It's a session. It's not, I think. I don't know, actually. You know, we don't actually say, oh, that's right. Yes, because we're going on this tour all across the country. I'll be randomly Snapchatting you images from across the tour that only you and your fellow Snapchatters will see. I'll also do consulting with you on Skype or Google Hangout, whatever you prefer. And then I can also take you out for a waffle, because waffles changed my life, and I'd like them to change yours. So that's also an option. And then, how can I forget? I'll take you to a Brooklyn Nets game, and we will cheer on the Nets as they go forth and try to win a fancy trophy this year. I'm feeling good about it. We're not going to get embarrassed by the Bulls again. Tip my hat to the Chicago Bulls last playoffs. You guys were, it was like 2.5 of you on the court in terms of all the injuries and everything else, and just gutted it out and won the day. And then you can also be a YC founder. Y Combinator founder for a day. If you are very generous, you will get to be a YC founder. So that basically means you'll get to come to office hours with a bunch of YC partners, including me. We'll go out for some coffee. We'll talk, maybe order some muffins, and basically get a taste of what it's like to be a YC founder for whatever your startup might be. So thank you for that shameless plug. I will figure out something with Reddit Gifts. You have my word about some signed copies that we can do to donate to donorschoose.org, because they are an amazing nonprofit, and I cannot possibly raise enough money for them because they're doing great work. Okay. Let's see. I got a good shout out for Dogs with Eyebrows, which is a great subreddit. Not enough people know about that. Gina Gershon says, have fun, keep drinking. Thank you. Gina, you guys should all check out her AMA, which is happening right now. And I think in 30 minutes, my buddy Eddie Wong, who is the guy behind Fresh Off the Boat, an amazing show on Vice, also a book, a memoir of his of the same name, and the guy behind an amazing restaurant in New York called Bauhaus, which is largely responsible for most of my excess body weight. I love Bauhaus so much. It's so good. And it's actually...
Those taro fries.
They're decadent. And here's the thing, what's nice, they have the standard fare, right? So you can get the pork, you can get the chicken, you can get the beef. I'm a real big fan of the chicken and the pork bao. But the tofu, I think it's Uncle Jesse's tofu. Eddie does an amazing job with the tofu, because normally I get a little skeptical about tofu. It's not very flavorful. This stuff is great. You guys should all come to Bauhaus and see if you can spot the Reddit alien that I doodled on his wall. But yeah, so Eddie Wong's doing an AMA in 30 minutes. He's a great guy. And maybe he'll come by. I was texting him, perhaps. Okay, Rambler and Gambler asked 49 minutes ago, do you think it's possible to stem the tide of mediocrity on the front page now that Reddit has become so huge among young people? Rambler and Gambler, I can't help but feel like you, sir, are ageist, or you, ma'am, are ageist. I think we've already solved this problem in the sense that Reddit is no longer a single front page. We need to do a better job communicating it, but the way Reddit works is subscribing. This sounds like Twitter, it's similar. You subscribe to the subreddits, the communities that you are interested in. If you're interested in My Little Pony, if you're interested in the NFL, not mutually exclusive, mind you, your front page has the best of stuff from that. So I don't believe that the front page is mediocre unless you, Rambler and Gambler, are saying that you and your tastes are mediocre. And you know what? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Do I think Tom Hanks would make a good president? Of course. Does it sadden you to think that so many marketing, PR, SEO professionals are using Reddit more and more as a new medium? Yes, because PR is mostly bullshit. SEO, there's like a smidge of SEO that's like legit and good advice, and then there's a lot of it that's just awful drudgery of just... Unfortunately, those industries seem to attract a lot of unpleasant people. But here's the thing. If you are bringing value, if you are actually creating good stuff, then great. If the advice that these people are giving to companies is don't submit your stuff to Reddit, don't try to win at Reddit. This is not Dig. That was it was amazing after we left, or after Reddit eclipsed Dig. We used to have meetings with publishers where we had to correct some bad behavior where they had been told basically how to cheat Dig. And so when Reddit emerged to eclipse them, they were all like, all right, you guys are the new site. Like, how do we get on the front page? How do we, what's the deal? Give me the inside scoop to get on there. And we had to explain to them that no, this is not, that's not how it works here. Just make good content and don't worry about submitting stuff. The good stuff will get submitted for you, and show up when there is a discussion being had about you and what you're doing. So it saddens me when they use it poorly. I think inevitably if you have a platform that's used by 70 million plus people, it's going to attract these people. But so it goes. What was my favorite ever AMA? It hasn't happened yet, but I think it's going to be the Tom Hanks one. Pretty sure about that. It's going to be Tom. And what was the first moment when you realized how big Reddit was going to be? It still blows my mind, right? 70 million people. There are more people on Reddit than in France. That is crazy. I don't know. The biggest moment for me was really back, like, 2 weeks after launch, when Steve and I just woke up in the morning and just used the site for the whole day and didn't have to. So we were submitting links early on. We didn't have comments back then. We would submit the links. And for a day, 2 weeks after we launched, we didn't have to do anything. We just used it, and it worked, and it was amazing. We were like, holy cow, like this might actually work. And yeah, that was great because we just graduated from college, like living in this little apartment together. Like we didn't know. The two of us were just playing World of Warcraft and like making websites. So to actually see we were onto something was really, really heartening. I also did a terrible job actually typing those as I was saying them. So I'm gonna have to go back and do that later. Okay. Ooh, in the sun. No, I'm not gonna tell you what the next April Fool's Day joke is gonna be because I don't know, and because the Reddit team continues to outdo itself. If you weren't a part, Team Orange Red representing. If you weren't a part of the last April Fools, you missed out, and I feel bad for you because those of us who participated in that April Fool's Day prank are basically just better people because we got to experience something that was nothing short of magical, and extreme respect to the entire Reddit team who pulled that off. And side note, if anyone knows Gabe over at Valve, like please can you like tweet an introduction to us or something because I want to be his friend. The April Fool's prank, of course, was an homage to Team Fortress 2, which is one of many games that goes on to prove Gabe's very smart observation that, quote, piracy is a service problem. Piracy is a service problem. This is something I wish more CEOs had the courage or intelligence to understand and say, because the CEOs who get that, like Gabe, will continue to make a lot of money and drink lots of milkshake from the incumbents who are too lazy to adapt or too confused or too whatever you want to call it. So is the site today, this is also from I Came for the Cookies, and I'm glad you came for the cookies. Unfortunately, there are none. It's just bourbon and a volleyball, so I'm sorry. Is the site of today exactly what you were wanting when you began it many years ago? Yes, I Came for the Cookies. It is exactly. This is, when Steve and I were sitting there in that apartment, we thought 8 years from now, it's going to look exactly like this. No, well, here's the most important thing that happened. Like 2 months into Reddit, Steve and I got into a big fight about how the site was going to work. I really wanted tags. He wanted subreddits. And I said, it's going to be so much easier to bootstrap the site if we have tags, because someone can submit a link and tag it. Let's say it was the Redskins defeating the Raiders, which was nice to see for a change. Go Skins. You could tag that thing NFL, Redskins, Raiders, football, a bunch of different tags, and very quickly bootstrap a bunch of different categories. Very quickly grow them up. But Steve was like, no, dude, we have to have subreddits. We have to have distinct communities. Each one will look at that link in a different way and have a different discussion about it, right? Because the Raiders community obviously is a very different take on that. This could be just a generic link to ESPN, right? It's just a link to the final score. The Raiders community has a very different discussion on it. The Skins community has a very different discussion on it. The NFL community has a very different discussion on it. The football community has a very different discussion about it. And I'm so happy Steve won, because it was the course that helped us be where we are today. If Reddit was going to keep growing, it could not be this monoculture. If you look at where Dig failed and all of its clones failed, it's because they wanted to be just a front page with a bunch of different categories. And I know we don't do as good of a job communicating this as we should, but that's where Reddit wins. And that was the subtle genius of what Steve saw back in 2005 before, and it took us years. Yeah, I mean, I still remember trying to grow like our gaming back in the day, and it was a fight for a while to start getting that traction. But now, I mean, new subreddits launch every few minutes, which is pretty amazing. Okay, do you want to go here? You want to pull YouTube while I actually type these answers? I feel bad for I came for cookies.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm listening though. Don't worry.
There's a discussion going on YouTube about how underground Reddit is still in Europe.
Oh, okay.
And it seems that people are in agreement that it's still underground.
Really? Okay. We got to get on this because, you know, we are in, I think it's over 180 countries. You can see this. We pull this from all of our Google Analytics. Yeah, Reddit is in over 188 countries, or actually, yeah.
Are we okay to show that?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Oh yeah, this is on the site, reddit.com/about.
Okay.
And so you can get a sense of the scale of it. So I mean, it's there, but I can certainly believe that because, you know, we don't do, you know, Reddit for the longest time was a team of like fewer than 10, and it's just now starting to grow. We haven't really ever felt like a giant team because we haven't been a giant team. And I'd love to, international growth is going to be a huge part of what makes Reddit a success, without a doubt. And the other good thing, you know, Yishan from Facebook brings with him a lot of experience internationalizing a social media product. Reddit's obviously a little different from Facebook, to say the least, but I'm bullish about it. Thankfully, Steve predicted. No spoilers. People keep talking about Breaking Bad. People, I don't know. Please don't tell me. Ooh, Pon00050. You're a graduate of UVA, but you will be doing a tour that promotes online entrepreneurship. Online entrepreneurship does not require college education, I think. What is your opinion on the value of higher ed to those dreaming, acting online entrepreneurs? So admittedly, I would be a lawyer if I didn't have Steve as my freshman hallmate. So if I had not gone to college, I would not be here. Reddit would not be here. Imagine that. There is still a tremendous value to getting a bunch of people together who are curious and excited about learning and doing. The challenge is that entrepreneurship cannot just conventionally be taught because it is about doing. But you know, why can't you have a class? I mean, why can't you take a room full of film majors and say, hey, film majors, this semester, you're going to do a Kickstarter campaign. And here's some best practices, here's some good blog posts, here's some Quora threads, here's some places you can go to sort of learn how to learn online, and go create something. By the end of this thing, figure out a short film, you know, storyboard it, budget it, and pitch it to the world and raise the money you need to produce it, and then submit that at the end of the semester. What is that, like 3 months for a semester? Maybe make it a year. Let's give it some more time. Get a whole year. And actually give people the practical experience of having done stuff. Now, what's so cool about this is there weren't that many platforms for doing stuff online 5 years ago. There weren't nearly as many as there are today. And they keep growing. And a lot of the examples that I love using, the Etsy's, the Kickstarters, these are things that touch people who are not themselves technologists, right? They're people who are amazing at woodworking or knitting, or people who are amazing filmmakers or artists. And so this allows them to get access to a lot of the benefits that those of us who have been in the technology world have been taking advantage of. So social media to spread the word, and then just simply the more efficient markets of capital, right? You can actually get money from a bunch of random people on the internet who just like you and like what you're doing. So, you know, what has encouraged me is on this tour, we've gotten so much support from students, from faculty, from administrators. This is not at odds with university education. This is a great complement. It pairs well with it, like a nice wine with a great steak. That's what the goal of it is. And I hope we can get to a better place because, like, look, there's so much opportunity right now that exists online. And I'm so jealous of every one of you who is in college right now because you have so much more time and so many more opportunities and so much more stuff to learn from and use than we did when we got started. I feel like you have such a head start, and I'm really jealous. So I'm dealing with that in my own way by doing this tour.
Can I make a tail end
Bring it.
to that statement?
Yeah.
If people are debating about that,
Yeah.
and they're thinking about going to college and they want to spend a lot of money on going to college, and if they're really debating it,
Yeah.
I would say to them, take a year off and go travel.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
Use some of that money to go.
Yeah. Because, can they hear that? Yes, okay, good.
Very faint.
Okay, so what Steven said, and he's absolutely right. If you are really debating it, consider taking a year off. Go travel. You can do this. Plenty of people have written about how to sort of travel and live, fairly frugally. And as long as you got a laptop with you, you can still be just as connected. And really feel like you are learning along the way. I mean, sure, you'll have some long nights, you'll have some fun, but go there with a curious mind. And the best experiences I've had in my life, most of them have come from traveling or while traveling. And college is not cheap, and it keeps going up. In fact, oh God, Priceonomics did a really good piece on this, a 2-part piece. Is college worth it? Because, yeah, the price keeps going up, and it's not tied to anything. It just keeps going up. And with that comes more student loan debt. And because our Congress is inept, that rate just doubled. That's appalling, because we were all as a generation told, go to college, do well, don't worry, you'll pay off those student loan debts because you'll have a job. And unfortunately, that is not the case. And so I'm not on the Peter Thiel side of the spectrum where it's like, no one goes to college. But we definitely need to reevaluate it because it is not cheap. And the resources that are available online to actually learn the things that are hireable, like, I mean, we cannot hire enough developers right now. Every single startup I advise or invest in is hiring engineers right now. Every single one. And that's a very, very well-paid job with great perks. Get to hang out and eat M&Ms and wear sandals all day. Like, these jobs are there. We don't have enough people to fill them. And yet, this is also a time when the skills necessary are more freely available than anything else, right? Like, whether it's Zuckerberg or whether it was Steve, almost everything they learned was self-taught, was learned from Ruby on Rails tutorials or Python tutorials or Stack Exchange forums or just news groups. Like, so much knowledge about this craft, about this skill that is so valuable, programming, is actually freely available online right now. Like, you can tab into Code Academy right now. You can do it right now while you're listening, just codeacademy.com, and start learning how to code. And this skill is extremely valuable. And even if you have no interest in pursuing it, maybe you want to be a historian, right? I was a history major. Just learning this craft will save you a lot of time, because anytime you find yourself doing something repetitive, that is something that can be replicated with software. So a big part of this is, yes, start learning how to code. You have no excuse not to. But it doesn't have to be that. It's just, we are trying to prepare people for the 21st century using a 20th century playbook. And that is simply not sustainable. So think about it. Take some trips. UVA is beautiful, by the way. Lovely campus. I do not regret going there at all, because I would have never met Steve. But there are supplements right now that are, I mean, there are going to be stories like the kid in Mongolia that was in the Times a couple weeks ago, who's through MOOCs, through these online courses, is basically he's now enrolling at MIT, and he's like 15. There are these stories of exceptional people who are self-taught, disciplined, driven enough all over the world, who are reaping the benefits of this, and that's amazing. But we won't have an education solution until it actually serves everyone, not just the kids who are like 3 standard deviations from the mean over here. Like, you got to have the whole bell curve covered if it's actually going to work. So yes, I'm bullish, but I'm not comfortable just saying, don't go to college. But obviously everyone's financial situation is very different. But just be doing stuff. I think that's maybe probably the other big thing too, is if you are already in school, the thing that people are hiring for, the things that we're looking to invest in, have nothing to do with GPAs. They have to do with what you've actually done and what you can do. And if you want to stand out, if you're a history major who's got a decent GPA and wants to stand out from the thousands of others, show us what you've done. Show me what you've done. Show me the things that you have built, the things you have taken from idea to finished product, whether they're physical or not. Let that be the thing that speaks for you. Okay.
You know what time it is?
It is 12:50, but what is it in relation to Tom Hanks? We have 2 hours. 2 hours until Tom Hanks shows up. Well, he's not actually showing up here, but 2 hours until his AMA starts. The Wilson Volleyball is keeping us company. This is also, you can buy it on Amazon, like, with the paint on it. Good job, DreamWorks, getting that merch, getting that swag on.
Do you know
Yeah.
that in Germany, the politicians call the internet Neuland, which translates to virgin soil? Can you confirm?
Neuland?
Neuland?
Wait, N-E-U-L-A-N-D? Or Newland? Wait, I don't know.
Neuland.
Yeah, Neuland. Newland. That's literally, this is, I'm going to embarrass myself. I think it's literally Newland. Oh yeah, Merkel's, ausgezeichnet. Yeah, all right. Welcome to Neuland. Merkel's remark about internet goes viral. Yeah, my German accent's much better than my English one. Yeah, uncharted territory. That's so cool.
That's a cool tip.
I like that.
Yeah.
All right, I can dig that. Neuland. Yeah, all right. Oh, it's near Hamburg. That's awesome. That's where my mom was from. Look at that. Who knew? Neuland, actually a place. Well, yes, but not like. It is a place, but she was definitely being all metaphorical. Yeah. Neuland Explorer. That's so cool. See, Germans have a sense of humor. There you go, people. See, they do. We do have. We have a sense of humor, kind of. But, oh man, I'm doing a really bad job typing these as I answer them. Now, I feel bad being like, it's on the live stream, but I guess it kind of is. All right, I'm hitting reload.
Should we cut away to a video?
Oh, to let me answer stuff? All right, wait, real quick, I want to, wait, hold on. Let me get one more in here, because I have no idea what I would show people. Wow, there's a lot of people upset. What a junk, no, I said, no, anyways, sorry. It's like I'm reading these and answering them out loud. I'm not actually saying them. The, what's a good one? Okay. Someone watched Tom Hanks? Okay. Okay. Is there any relation? Oh, okay. Oh, I saw, Kinch, I'm sorry I did not answer this. I saw it in another AMA, and I don't think I got a chance to. Okay. Is there any relationship between your username and that of Moots? No, there is not. Chris is a really nice guy, and we've had coffee once, I think. But there's no relation. I actually never even really used 4chan. I still barely even really understand or use 4chan. I actually, my username is my old gaming handle. It's from a Metallica song, King Nothing. And because, huh?
What game?
Oh, anything.
Gaming network?
Probably started around Quake 2. Yeah. I was in a Quake 2 clan called Damage Incorporated. I started out as a Metallica song. I started out as Mad Max because I'm not very creative. And then I switched to Knothing or Nothing because I was like, oh, I love King Nothing, the song. Let me take a K and then an N and shove them together to make K and Nothing. And then I put a 0 because I was really cool, because I was a child. I was elite. I put a 0 in there and I've kept it ever since. Hang my head in shame. But here's the Metallica music video for King Nothing, because now I feel like Carson Daly. There you have it. It's like I flashed back to high school. Yeah, so now you know why I'm nothing on Reddit. But it's worked out. It's worked out pretty well as a username.
Somebody
I'm a little ashamed of it, but
in the AMA asked why the color choices on the upvote downvote arrows.
oh, wow, no one's ever asked me about that. Why the color choices? I don't think I had any others in mind. How did we get orange red? I can't remember why I chose orange red. I think I was just going through the list of CSS colors that just had a name instead of a hex, or is it an RGB? No, it's a hex. And I saw orange red. I was like, that looks about right. That's like hot. Because the notion we really wanted to push, subtly, of course, was that these links would kind of rise as they got hotter and cool off and fall as they got colder. So it's a factor of not just upvotes, but also time, as well as downvotes. Basically, it's upvotes minus downvotes over time. And so I wanted to show hotness. And so the upvote color made sense because I thought, it's getting hotter, so it's orange-red. And the complement, because I at least remember that much from art class, was a blue color, or I guess periwinkle, for the downvote, which was to sort of cool it off. Now, I understand this kind of makes the site a little tricky for the colorblind, which, you know, I am actually ashamed. I'm not even, like, this is just not something I think a lot of designers think about, and it's something that they should. There's actually a really good website that shows you any page in, or as it would look to someone who I guess is red, blue, colorblind, and it really helps you reimagine how you ought to do your UX. So I'm not thrilled with it because it is not 100% accessible. But that is why we chose, well, that's why I drew the orange, red, and blue. And actually, if you look at some of the early, oh man, the first version of Reddit, I don't know if I have, hold on, let me have to mess around with this. No peeking, but let me, early Reddit screenshots. The first version of Reddit didn't even have any kind of voting. What it did have eventually was just text that said either interesting or uninteresting, or I think it was interesting or boring. So like before we had arrows, I don't think I'm gonna find it.
So you were the original funny or
not? Yeah, I guess so. And then we finally, come on.
What about archive.org?
Oh yeah, Wayback Machine, good man. You know, and it's a shame because I took these screenshots so that they would be handy, and yeah. Oh well. All right, let's see here. We can watch this. Let's go back in time, everyone. 2005. All right, so the site went up in June. Let's see, the first one's July. Oh, so we'd already had the arrows at that point. Yeah, see, but it was boosts. Oh, those were the days. Boosts before we simplified that. And you can see, I mean, this was really straightforward. There was not a lot going on, and you can tell Reddit has not changed a lot since. It's amazing. In fact, this list of top posters ended up being one of the big traffic drivers to the site because people wanted to be on this list. People really, really cared if they had fallen in their ranking. Sort of before gamification was on the tip of everyone's tongue. Because Steve and I were both gamers ourselves, we thought, aha, we need some way to really galvanize and motivate people to submit links because they're doing all the hard work. Like we're just, you know, keeping the lights on. And it actually worked out tremendously well. And so I always highly recommend finding ways to incentivize users through some kind of arbitrary point system. Keeps them honest, keeps them motivated. One of the other things that I needed to answer in Kinch's questions, he asked about the relationship of my username and moods, and unfortunately there's nothing really big to that. It's just my gamer handle from when I was a kid. So question was, social media keeps changing. Do you see it as moving towards a relatively permanent form in which it will remain for a large part of history of the internet, or are we going to have a changing, not necessarily evolving, relationship with social media? Oh man, now you bring up some good points here, talking about from Dig to Reddit, MySpace to Facebook, Twitter to who knows, Instagram to who knows. You could even argue Flickr to Instagram. I don't know. Dude, I don't have a crystal ball. I think it will, the thing that is not changing is that we now have an easy way for anyone with an internet connection to share what is ever on their mind. Whether that's a photo or a link or a story, the platforms will continue to evolve. I mean, Facebook's $1 billion purchase of Instagram was because they were very aware of how fickle people are and how quickly these things change. And they bought Instagram because they realized people consume mostly photos on Facebook, and now they're all doing it on Instagram. If we don't get Instagram, they could be the ones drinking our milkshake. So, I see it moving. The guts behind social media will definitely be around, for sure. The actual platforms, those will probably evolve and change to some extent. And look, at the end of the day, I always take comfort in the fact that Reddit is now open source. We have been for years. And so even if tomorrow Reddit shuts down, because it is open source, any one of you can launch your own Reddit. Call it Reddit with 3 Ds. Call it Dig. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. It's open source. So the code behind it will live on, and people are very resourceful. And in some form, social media is absolutely here to stay. I hope Reddit's a part of the conversation 30 years from now. I really do. But we'll see. And I don't know, it's exciting either way, right? Because I get to be a user of all this stuff. And I feel as long as we're making progress, as long as we're going forward, things will continue to improve. And that's pretty exciting. Also, let me be very clear. Professor Shanks, this is not a bomb behind me. I don't care what you're saying. It's not true. It's a countdown clock to Tom Hanks. If it is any kind of a bomb, it is a bomb of Hank-tastic AMAs, or of a Hank-tastic AMA. But T. Hanks for warning me about it. You see with the, was that, yeah? Fine, okay. Anyway, not a bomb. It's just a countdown to Tom Hanks. Has Eddie Wong started his AMA? Eddie, dude.
I think I know exactly what Eddie's doing.
I know what Eddie's doing right now. Yeah. He is pantomiming, smoking what looks like a cigar. It looks like a hand-rolled cigarette. Yeah. That's interesting. It's not a marijuana cigarette, is it? No. Couldn't be. Could not be. Could not be. Can we seriously? Can we deal with this war on drugs business? Can we just? Let's.
Did you see the film
it's
that
malarkey.
Richard Branson's son made about the war on drugs?
No.
It's very interesting. He made a film called, oh my God, I can't remember it. Sam Branson.
It's got to be hard growing up as Richard Branson's son, right? I mean, okay.
Oh, it's called Breaking the Taboo.
I mean, hard. Like, I mean, it's not really hard, but it's like, how do you top Dad?
What's beyond first world?
Yeah.
Upper class problems.
Wild.
So he made a film called Breaking the Taboo. That tries to get some of the basic misconceptions about, soft drug use.
Oh, man. All right, Sam.
Yeah, I don't think it did very well.
Oh. Do you think it was a good film?
I think, you know what? I think it might be available online.
Yeah, premieres in London. We'll just run that for the next 2 hours while I answer questions. Also, if I were to hypothetically show an episode of Small Empires, should I do it from The Verge or from YouTube?
Do it from YouTube.
All right, YouTube. We might have to, unfortunately, so Devin, who is the gentleman who you guys haven't even gotten to meet yet, he's the one responsible for making all this stuff happen, and we have not let him leave to use the restroom in 14 hours. So I'm feeling a little bad about that. So we may put up something while I continue. I'm not moving. Let me be clear. I have a catheter under here. Yeah, it ain't pretty. It ain't pretty, but that's the dedication I have. I'm going to stay here and keep answering your questions on the internets. But in the meantime, so that he may get up, we're going to throw, did we say Shapeways? We said ZocDoc.
It's up to you.
I mean, let's do Shapeways.
All right.
Let's do Shapeways. It's very visual. And so we're going to put that on. Again, I'm going to be here. I'm not leaving, I promise. I'm just going to be staying right here because I got my countdown clock. And I'll be answering your questions on the AMA. So watch the Shapeways. Keep hitting reload when you see when I respond. And we'll be back in 25 minutes. Thank you very much.
And met amazing people using the internet to change the world. Our generation has an opportunity unlike any other. We can create small empires without anyone's permission.
The internet is a global platform. A company that started in the Netherlands is now headquartered here on Park Avenue. Now, this is not a street where you'd expect to find a startup revolutionizing manufacturing, but that's exactly what Shapeways is doing. Hello, I'm Alexis.
Welcome. Welcome to Shapeways. Shapeways is a 3D printing community and marketplace. So anyone can go to our website. You can look at the crazy designs, the beautiful designs that our community has created. Over 600,000 of them. You can customize lots of them by just clicking, putting in your initials, changing the shape a little bit. Really easy. And then if you are into 3D software or you want to learn 3D software, and there's plenty of that even for free these days, you can design your own thing and then upload it to our site, and you can see what it would cost. You can have it made by us in all kinds of different materials, from plastics to metal to silver, gold-plated brass now, all kinds of materials, and then you get it at home. You get your special product made just for you, like a few weeks later.
Now, so just to be clear, I could have a sad Keanu in gold-plated brass?
Yes, you could.
Wow.
I couldn't get out of my head the sad Keanu meme that was going around. And and I don't know if you've seen this, but I had to bring this.
What's this?
That's you. That's your sad Keanu meme.
Oh my God.
This is a happy period for all of us. We were on cloud 9, but
Anyway, finally I have him in the palm of my hand. I had to say that.
We originally started in the Netherlands, in Eindhoven. To give it some perspective, Eindhoven actually was a very small town that grew really quickly because Phillips built big factories there, and they built a city with workers. And then everything moved out to Asia and Eastern Europe. When we spun out of Phillips, which actually was our starting ground, we went into an office that had some place to do some manufacturing. And at the same time, we opened our main office here in Manhattan. So here we built a great team of marketers, product people, and engineers. And back in Eindhoven, we had a supply chain team and we had a customer support team, and we were really eager to learn more about 3D printing because at that time we outsourced everything. So we bought our first 3D printer there. This was in late 2010. And so we started to learn about it, and pretty soon we figured out that we could do this really well.
All right, so this is the entrance?
Yes.
Am I allowed to just go in?
Absolutely. You lead the way. No, we're pretty open here.
And so I noticed you can't go too far without seeing some what are presumably Shapeways kind of creations.
Yes, pretty much everything it's safe to assume we made.
So this is, I believe, St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow?
Yes, in full color sandstone.
Roughly how long does this entire manufacturing process take? Do you have any sense?
Yeah, so we print actually in a large print tray. So we don't print one thing at a time, we print many things in a large tray at a given time. Okay. And so we say for those trays to be printed, and then for the breakout and for all the powder to be swept away, it's typically about 9 hours for a full bed.
Wow, that's amazing. It feels like sandstone. I don't know. It's definitely heavy. This is substantial. I kind of want to flip it over and look underneath. Can we see what that looks like on the inside? Mm-hmm. Wow. It's a little game of Tetris.
So moving in here, see our fabulous management team. As you can tell, they sit in the middle of it with all of us, which is the beauty of it.
And you have the brass knuckles. So you're clearly the enforcer.
I know, I actually have the brass pizza cutter.
That's genius.
It's a Mario Mobius and a Bacon Mobius.
That's amazing. How bacon? How do people come up with this stuff? Like,
that's the great question.
That's the
what's
magic
so incredible about our customers.
That's the magic of our mind.
Let me throw this at you. Now, 3D printing can be done with a lot of materials. Why not a Mobius bacon made out of bacon?
Right.
Are we there with 3D food printing technology? Or not? No, we're not there yet.
It's happened yet.
All right.
People are flirting with it. I heard that there are some burrito makers.
Yeah. Burrito makers?
But not bacon
Why are they
makers
going
yet.
to burritos when you could just have bacon? You got to baby step it. You can't. That's not a minimum viable product. Bacon is minimum viable product. You guys were inside this massive Dutch company, and your startup life. It wasn't you quitting your job. It wasn't you, graduating from college. This was you, taking this thing out of a massive company and starting something. How did that come about?
I've always been part of startups. The first one actually was a company that published the first free 3D software called Blender. So that was one of the reasons why I got really excited about 3D printing. But when I got the idea, I mean, where do you get money in Eindhoven? There is not a big angel investor scene. There are no VCs. There are banks, but hey, banks don't take risks. They give you money when you don't need it, typically. Yeah. Yeah, how do you get money? And the friend who introduced me to 3D printing, he was actually working in Phillips as a manager on the Lifestyle Incubator board. And he said, why don't you pitch to us? So actually what I did is I quit a startup I was CTO at, pitched for them, and joined Phillips to start a company, which is kind of weird.
A company within a company?
Yes, because Phillips at the time had 3 incubators focused on their core domains. One of them was the Lifestyle Incubator. And within the Lifestyle Incubator, they felt this made total sense. And since the amounts I was asking for them were reasonable, maybe even small, they said, well, let's give this guy a shot.
So this is product and design maintaining the front end of everything, and here are the geniuses behind the back end of everything. So this is our whole glorious development team, whom we love deeply. Yeah, you guys can say hi.
Glorious development team.
Hi.
I presume this is the most popular thing on Shapeways right now?
You would think so, but evidently it's not.
I don't know these people. Well, they're gonna, after they see this, they're gonna know whoever created this Grumpy Cat bust is gonna be doing very well after this show airs.
It's fantastic.
Man, why are you working here at Shapeways?
Working at Shapeways?
What were you doing before this?
Before this, I've had a ton of different jobs. I worked for finance, I worked in government contracting, and I worked in other startups. And I came to Shapeways just over a year ago, and I was interviewing for a bunch of different places, and it was just like, it seemed to be the most fun. It seemed to be the most motivated group of engineers working on the coolest technology that I'd seen in a completely emerging sector. So like, all of those things just came together. It was like, yeah, this is kind of a no-brainer.
All right, so let's say, and I've got a couple of friends who have been and are in this situation right now, and they're good at the work that they do. They just feel like, I don't know, government contract work isn't exactly the most stimulating. What do you tell them who are watching this right now and basically see where you work right now, see the folks you work with and work for, and go like, I want your job, man?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just we have more fun. We have more fun. You get to work on a product that you really believe in. And a lot of folks who are doing like the bigger businesses do work on products they believe in, but you're so close to the end result. Like if you work in a government contract, at least in my experience, you know, you're working on a huge aircraft carrier or a big fighter plane. It's like, well, that's big, but I own a very small piece of it. Here, you're in the whole process from start to finish, from complete ideation of ideas and products to actually implementation, building them, and then you get to hold something like this in your hand at the end of the day. So it's like you have real, tangible results that come out of all the work that you put into it. So I think, for me anyway, that's really, really rewarding.
We have our marketing team is over here. These are the materials geniuses, as we refer to them.
Hello. Oh, so you're the guys I have to talk to about the bacon Mobius strips made out of bacon.
I guess so.
Okay. Do we have the technology for that yet in 3D printing land?
Not quite. I mean, people are printing like human organs for replacement. So like if you were to lose an ear, they can do like cell deposition and print you an ear. So hypothetically, you could.
It seems like if they can make an ear,
belly, fat cells,
you could make bacon.
And yeah, you should be able to. It'd be really expensive, but
worth it.
Maybe.
If I opened a Shapeways store and made bacon Mobius strips out of bacon, would you buy one?
Yeah. Sure.
What if it were $1,000?
Why not?
Yes, this is a business.
Shapeways, pegged the factory of the future. So all of this stuff came out of a printer.
Wow.
Yeah.
So much of what you guys do is sort of atypical for startups today. When it came to fundraising back in the day, you all were probably met with a lot of skepticism because it's one thing to build a marketplace. It's another thing to sort of use 3D printing modeling technology that's available to let people create and share all that stuff out. All that stuff jibes with what investors expect. As soon as you also mention, hey, we're going to manufacture and ship this stuff too, it stops looking like a traditional ones and zeros kind of startup because you're dealing with stuff now. You clearly have great investors on board now, Andreessen Horowitz, Union Square Ventures. How did you sell that? How did you convince them to get on board?
Well, you're right, it was tough, especially in the beginning. And it was even tougher still, because if it was the word manufacturing, maybe I didn't scare them that much in the beginning. But I wasn't saying manufacturing, I was saying 3D printing. And people went like, what is that? Most investors weren't aware. Most people, I mean, When I got in touch in 2006 with the technology, I went like, what is this? And I'm pretty tech savvy. There was really unknown. So we were indeed building this company, and we were saying, well, we manufacture the physical stuff using 3D printers. And people just didn't get it. And they saw more risks than rewards, probably. So there was a lot of skepticism until I met Albert at Union Square Ventures. And he said, yo, this is great. He has, in his early days, I think, some background in manufacturing. So he said, this is great, we should do this. And one led to the other, and here we are.
Hello.
Hi, Alexis.
Yes.
Hi.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very
Hi.
much for having me. So this is where all the actual magic happens. You guys take random ideas from people on the internet and make them into real physical things.
Physical objects, yes. We really make people's ideas come to life.
So I've got this great idea. I want to create a Mobius strip of bacon. All right? So I've uploaded the model. I'm really proud of it. It's going to be great. Now we go to the first stage of the planning?
Yes, we go to the planning of the machines. There we have a team of engineers. They gather all the models that come on every single day. They double check them for printability. What they do is they basically have a 3D version of the inside of the printer, and they try to put as many products as they can, try to fit it in one print build.
And this is a human digitally packing all these 3D objects.
It's a combination of a couple of smart algorithms and quite a few smart people.
Mm-hmm.
And
this is like the ultimate Tetris game.
We have a big community in Europe, also because we started there. I mean, the Dutch community is strong. But we started, we already had lots of customers in the United States. One of the reasons we had our main office here. And we wondered, it doesn't make sense to make stuff in Europe and then ship it to the United States, right? If we can build and manufacture and actually have a factory in Eindhoven, what everybody thinks is crazy because everything left there, why not build a factory here in New York? To have a factory close to the main office, of course, makes sense because then, everybody can work together and learn faster. So we started to look around and, we saw a lot of old factories that were empty and not used for a long time. And then we found this great place in Long Island City that was perfect for us. Not too large, not too small, reasonable rent. And, we said, let's do it.
Oh boy. Wow.
So this is where the actual magic happens. The real Shapeways magic. We got a whole set of printers here lined up.
Can I look?
Yes, you can have a look. It's okay.
I know that my parents used to tell me not to stare directly into the microwave, which I think was just hogwash, but they were paranoid and scared of microwave. All right, so this is in the middle of a build right now.
Yes.
And presumably, if I sat here long enough, I would see my hypothetical bacon strip Mobius being created right before my eyes.
Yes, yes. This is basically just a very hot oven, and it heats plastic just below the melting temperature. And at the moment that the laser shines across the tray, across the platform, it sinters the pieces of the plastic together. So it basically does it layer by layer by layers. And about 24 hours later, you have a completely ready print.
So this is a 24/7 operation.
Yeah.
It's easy for me to think about, having a 24/7 business when it's just a website. The website goes down, it's a pain, you have to solve it. Yeah. But it's not like a giant machine with stuff. How do you think about running a business that is as digital as it is physical?
I really like it personally. I mean, this is why I'm part of Shapeways. It's just really great to be able to make something that people physically will hold in their hands, and especially if it's their own creation, what they've made. And from a business perspective, it brings a whole lot of interesting challenges and exciting things that you can do. I mean, we're building a factory here. I mean, what more fun can you have?
I feel like everyone in 3D printing in that industry is living 5 years in the future. You almost kind of have to, because you have to believe in a vision that hasn't yet arrived, but seems imminent. I mean, to some extent, every founder does, but I feel like especially 3D printing. When you started this business only a few years ago, what was the most impressive, if you understand where I'm coming from, impressive thing that could be printed, and what is it today? And then what do you expect it to be 2 or 3 more years from now?
It's less what the machines can do, because what the machines can do today is not wildly different from what they could do 5 years ago.
Yeah.
But it's what people can come up with. The first things that we saw were really basic shapes. we need to get our heads around what is possible with 3D printing more than that the technology is holding us back. Sure, there are lots of limitations. I mean, I'm not going to say it's perfect yet, but if you're a designer, especially if you're a product designer, what you get taught in schools is what people tell me, is that you need to design for manufacturing. Regular manufacturing, mass manufacturing, has a lot of limitations. You need to think about a lot of things. And quite a few of those limitations do not apply for 3D printing. But since if you're trained to think about those limitations all the time, you don't like to break those rules. And that's actually what's happening now. People start to realize, oh, wait a minute, all the things that I couldn't do, I can now do. And I think that is where, you know, the complexity of the things, the daring of our designers, of our community is growing and growing and growing. And sometimes that drives us mad because they come up with things that are so on the edge of what the machines can do. But it's, I think, still a lot of stuff that you can do conceptually with 3D printing is not done yet.
When you were a kid and you were in elementary school and you were asked to write a letter to like yourself as an adult, talking about what you wanted to be when you grew up, was it designing cufflinks as one of the most successful businesses powered by Shapeways?
Absolutely not.
Because if it was, that would be awesome.
No,
that would be so prescient and so cool.
Sorry, we are
so how?
Definitely unintentional. So
how did this happen?
Started as friends going out for drinks, but then quickly realized we all had this shared frustration of just like so much crap in the world, so much stuff that was not good quality. It's so many things that were so disposable. And we were like, we don't want that. We thought back to, you know, the times where like you had an item, you had a product, you had a piece that then you would give to your son, that they would pass along, and these like elements of family heirlooms. And we kind of just had this strong urge that like those pieces were like disappearing somehow. That's where like Shapeways was snug right there. And we're like, oh wait, we can just do this and upload something and have something in our hands in 4 weeks?
Yeah.
Sure, let's do it. So honestly, we had 3 products, put it up on a Shopify site. Luckily, it got picked up by Swiss Miss, Wired, Engadget, Gizmodo, and then a slew of orders came in, and then we were a company instantly.
I love this notion of all these artists and designers sort of doing things without permission and just creating. Not long after, I think, the release of the original iPad, you all had designers manufacturing cases within days.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Presumably, you know, they didn't go to Apple for permission for this. They were just making useful cases for these devices on Shapeways.
I think it was on a Friday in April somewhere. And on Monday, we saw an iPad case pop up on Shapeways. This guy bought the thing, measured it. 4 days later, he had his design ready for a back cover of an iPad. In 4 days, you go from an idea to a product that you can sell as an individual. That is almost impossible without a platform like Shapeways.
We like to say it's our playground for ideas. It's our little sandbox where we kind of sketch around, do the things we like of making new things and testing them out. And we still all have our day jobs.
Really? So this is just gravy?
Yeah, the costs have just completely collapsed. And then also it's really freeing. Because of that, like as a designer and as a creator, you're not sitting here and having that check of like, oh, I made this thing, but I don't think it's gonna sell. It's like, it doesn't really matter. So if anyone's out there, it's really just go and learn.
Tell them right.
But just go ahead and go for it. And the tools are out there, and the education's out there. There's so many tutorials, different things like that. So much information out there that's really just about like your time and energy and learning the tools, and then just committing to it.
What do you say to skeptics? What do you say to people who look at that and just say, this isn't important, these are trinkets, these are just little things, like they're toys? What do you say to them?
You know, if you think about the fact that we see more and more people printing their engagement rings or their wedding rings on Shapeways and making them and designing them themselves, I don't think that those things are trinkets to those people. They're really important things. They're really important in their lives. And the first time I heard it, I was like blown away. You're doing this on Shapeways? You gotta be kidding. You're not going to a jeweler? And then I realized, well, hang on, this is such a personal event in someone's life. Yeah. Buying something that someone else can also buy isn't good enough for them. They want to make something, they want to design something, and then give it away that is truly personal to them. And they can unleash their own creativity. So then I understood. So that's not trinkets by a long shot.
What happens here is when you have a tray, we take them out of the printer. This is how it comes out of the printer. And we've all done it this morning already. So unfortunately, I cannot show you the actual digging, getting it out of the sand. But basically, the trays cool down in order by order. Now we put a big tray, we put it on here. Then the platform rises, and then basically the outside box disappears, and the white cake comes out on top of it.
So it looks like Han Solo frozen in the carbonite.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, and then basically we just really gently, we know where each mold is, we start digging it away. After the breakout station, and all the molds are cleaned, they actually come here, we put them on these racks, and in the early afternoon, like one tray after another comes in here, and then basically we sort it here.
There's clearly a very important human process to a lot of this to make sure quality control is so high and make sure everyone gets what they are expecting to get.
Yeah.
Hello.
How are you?
Hi, I'm Alexis.
Alexis, I'm Greg. Nice to meet you.
Greg.
So
nice
welcome. You're seeing the tail end of the process right. So you get a bin. This is the UPS label, packing slip, swag, which you're familiar with, and the product itself.
A dwarven battle axe.
Yeah.
I don't know the damage per second on it, but we can find that out later. Okay.
So I'm going to be sort of hands off with this one. The first thing you do is you take the UPS label, you put it aligned with. There you go.
I see what's going on here.
You flip the box like this.
Okay, dig
right?
it. All right, and then?
And then you're basically going to assemble half the box.
One, two. You said I was going to do it.
Sorry. Upside down right here. Yeah, perfect. Right there.
Shazam.
So, first thing we want the customer to see is this.
Yes. Can I write a little?
Oh, do you want to write something?
Yeah. What's the DPS? Watch small empires. There, right? Because I don't want to. Okay. Right. So. Whip. Wow. So for someone who's watching this show and is thinking, I want this job, I want to do this. What, and let's say they are, God, let's say they're in the massive company that doesn't have any kind of incubation program, or maybe it doesn't matter, but let's say they are doing the 9-to-5 thing, or maybe they're a college student. What do you tell them? What do you tell her to end up like you?
Well, I think one of the most important traits is that you don't listen to the word no. When I started Shapeways, we had some pretty big technology challenges. If you upload a file to us, how do I know I can print it, right? How do I even know it's a file that a printer would recognize? How big is it? What would it cost? So I went around the corner and I asked quite a few very, very smart technology people, can you build me something that helps me understand whether it is printable and can help me fix it if it isn't, and what it would cost, etc. And they said, wow, that is really hard. It's actually almost impossible. And if we were to build this, I mean, this was a big company, and they said, wow, this might cost you 10 to 20 million and maybe 3 years. And I go like, nothing costs 10 to 20 million, and nothing takes 3 years. So I didn't hear that. So I kept looking, and I found these great guys in Seattle. Alan Hudson was the CEO of that company, and he's now working for us. And he said, oh, yeah, I can do this in 3 months. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds, everything can be done in 3 months. Yeah. So, don't listen to no. If you hear no, go somewhere else.
Open source software rips down the barriers to entry for anyone who wants to build a business using code. Shapeways has leveled the playing field for anyone who wants to design and make things. And it's all happening right here in this building in New York City. Said it can't be done. Can't make a bacon Mobius strip. All right, fine. Let's see what we can do about that. Can't make a bacon Mobius strip. Don't take no for an answer. That's just what Pete said. So, not gonna take no for an answer. All right, I'll just put this here. It's still beta,
yeah,
but delicious. I just need my $1,000 now. My work here is done.
Welcome back, everyone. Oh God, this was a terrible idea. Only at the Verge would they have a horse head just sitting there. Anyway, thank you for returning. That was a very, very, very unfortunate Mobius strip of bacon. It turns out these staples are not actually a really good way to connect pieces of bacon together. They are not digestible, and I do not recommend any of you try to make one at home. That's just a terrible idea. 3D printing technology is coming a long way, though, so I think in no time we'll actually be able to make those bacon Mobius strips without all of the staples, which will be very much appreciated. All right, so we're back. We have all gotten a little bit recharged. I have some coffee here. We are going into our 39th hour here. We have not left. There are people who have not seen their families in almost 2 days because we've been counting down for the Tom Hanks AMA. That's right, we have a little over an hour left until the greatest living actor in the world, sorry Bollywood, Tom Hanks, does his AMA. I'm very excited. It's a big deal. A big deal. We've had a lot of amazing AMAs on Reddit. And what's so wonderful for me is that I remember we had to beg people to do this. In fact, there was a part-time community manager I hired back in the day by the name of Eric Martin, also known as Huey Priest on the Reddits. And it was basically his job, among other things, to convince celebrities like Christopher Hitchens, Adam Savage, Felicia Day, to do these AMA interviews. And back then, we would tell people, hey, listen, vote up the top 10 questions. The top 10 best ones we'll then take later to these famous people and ask them on camera to answer. And if you haven't seen the Christopher Hitchens AMA on Reddit, it is very much worth watching, even if you don't necessarily agree with a lot of things he said. In fact, there are a lot of things he said that I vehemently disagree with. But he really is entertaining, and I'm not going to play it because I've just shown you guys 20 minutes worth of content, but it's worth watching. And so now it's kind of come full circle, because here we are sort of ironically using video again to live stream this AMA, just to prove that I'm here and also to prove that we are counting down for Tom. And you know what? Now it's a sort of regular press stop for celebrities. And I know there are a few snarky commenters in my AMA who are asking me how I feel about Reddit being a shill for celebrities to peddle their goods. How do I feel about that? You know, there should be an answer because there are lots of answers in the pages of my new book, which comes out tomorrow. It's called Without Their Permission. No. How do I feel about that? Well, here's the thing. Reddit is this open platform where anyone can create a subreddit about anything and submit whatever they want. I think it is amazing that the IAmA subreddit, which, if you know your Reddit history, came out of the Ask Reddit subreddit because a bunch of Redditors were like, get rid of your AMA things, put them somewhere else. So they created a new subreddit, IAmA, which is now itself a very successful site. But what they do with that subreddit is really up to them. If you have a problem with it, that's fine. Just unsubscribe, right? If no one forces you to follow One Direction on Twitter, if you don't like One Direction or their music, you know, that's fine. Oh, hello. Don't follow them. Likewise with subreddits, don't follow the ones you don't like. Now, here's what's so cool. Hey, Victoria, are you going to come on? Maybe. All right, I'm going to try to convince Victoria as our head of PR. What's your official title?
Director of Communications.
Director of Communications. And
nice volleyball, by the way.
And that's my friend Wilson. Thank you. Thank you very much. I got this on Amazon. Thank you, Amazon. There you go. I wanted something for Tom to see. Yeah, there you go. It's really nice. And you know, countdown. They make these. So we got the clock. We have the clock. So Victoria's the amazing person who's responsible for making a lot of this awesome stuff happen. Because we were going down memory lane, right? So back when we were begging celebrities to come on Reddit, Eric Martin used to be the one who would say, like, don't worry, everything's gonna be cool. Like, try this thing out. We're gonna come by and shoot some video. And now, you know, today they're lining up. And Eric is, of course, general manager of Reddit and runs the New York office. But they're lining up to do this. And it's great because we have the privilege of having all these wonderful people doing really cool stuff who actually look forward to talking and doing an interview because it's so unlike anything else they do, right? These are still humans. And so Tom Hanks is going to get asked probably the same 12 questions by every single person, even though it could be some amazing person like Conan or not Leno. It could be some amazing person asking those questions, but it's still the same damn 12 questions. And these are humans, right? And they don't want to be bored by this. In fact, Mila Kunis did an amazing job flipping the script on one journalist who was clearly asking, potentially going to be asking some boring questions. He got a bit flustered. And it was a moment when you realize, oh, right, these are people too. And the opportunity to be asked questions by a bunch of random people online is great. It's fun. It's actually fun. So anyway, Victoria, welcome. We don't have. If we had canned music or laughter or clapping, we would have that right now, and everyone's going, "Hey, it's Victoria!" Yay!
Because I was in the neighborhood.
Oh, here, please put the. You gotta. We have.
To lean in on the old-fashioned mic.
This is Steven's fault.
But yeah, no, you're doing an awesome job.
Oh, thank you.
It's just an absolute joy to follow along with you, and I really like the fact that you were telling people not to eat fast food.
Don't eat fast food. We're never gonna get sponsorship.
All good things in moderation. All good things in moderation.
Agreed. And I mean, I should be the last person giving health and nutrition advice.
Considering the outlay on this desk, I mean, I'd like to imagine this is maple syrup or iced tea, but
I've already told everyone. Yeah, we were. We've not been drinking. I'm only on. This is only coffee right now. But I saw Gina earlier was looking for some tequila.
Yes.
And so I was trying to send her some AMA love.
Oh, that was very sweet of you.
Why do you get up every morning to get thrown into being the director of communications for Reddit? Because
I love what I do. Like literally, it is the most. I love Reddit, and it is just something where you catch the fever. You know, it's like literally you can't help yourself. You're like the little monkey in Outbreak. You're just so happy to be here, and you want to get everybody else as excited about Reddit as you are. So I've been really lucky to have the chance to like talk to these people and be able to tell them firsthand and say like, Reddit loves you. And and for Robin Williams last week, that was an incredible
amazing
experience.
AMA. Yeah.
He was so lovely and so sweet and so genuine, and it was like the light of a million 90s childhoods in that room, being there with him. Like he was so, there were literally moments when he was like choking up. Like he was really emotional, getting those questions about Christopher Reeve, about his life, like, and he was really moved by the fact that so many people loved his work and loved what he had done. So it's a joy to be able to show people that people care about their work and love them. And even Bicentennial Man has its fans on Reddit, and he was like, "Oh my God, I totally forgot about X, Y, or Z." Like it was great.
And the great thing is, you know, where else is he gonna be able to tell the story of buying a double-headed dildo as Mrs. Doubtfire?
That surprised me.
Yeah.
It honestly did surprise me. And I think that he'll probably be back. I really do, because the fact that he was geeking about games and anime, and I was like, I had no idea you were such a big anime fan. Like, he was like the coolest person ever. And that happens a lot with AMAs, where people open up and you get to say like, wow, I had no idea that this person shared so much in common with me, or was that genuinely funny or cool. And I really think that AMAs are for everyone, unless they're someone who is not, you know, passionate or interested in what Reddit's interested in which case it's probably not the best fit for them.
Yeah, Rampart. We can talk more about Rampart a little later.
Let's not say we did.
Has there been any celebrity in particular who you really just were blown away by, who just came back and just like was so effusive and so excited and so appreciative? Ethan Hawke. Yeah,
he loved his first AMA so much that he's like, dude, I'm going to get Richard, I'm going to get Julie, and we're going to come back next week. And I was like, okay, you do that. And he did. And that was awesome. And there have just been so many amazing people. Like, the joy is seeing people, they're always kind of scared a little bit. They're like, you know, I've heard about this website and how it can get mad at people. And you're like, I'm like, don't worry. Reddit is made up of individuals like you and me, and they will love you. Like, just be yourself. Don't be nervous. And they'll come out of it, and they'll give me a hug, and they'll be like, when can I come back? And I'll be like, well, let's give it a couple months. Let's let people get excited to talk to you again, and then please come back. Or come on and comment. Come on and just be a part of a conversation about something you're interested in.
So that's a great point. So Snoop Lion, and I almost called him Snoop Dogg. He is now Snoop Lion.
Snoop Lion, yes.
He's frequent.
Yes.
And he even showed up with Madonna.
Yes, he asked her about when are we going to go on a canoe ride, and she said, when you send me a canoe.
And that's magical.
It is. It's a magical. Or one of my personal favorites was Arsenio's AMA recently. I kind of know Paul Scheer, and so I was like, hey Paul, Arsenio's doing an AMA. You should check it out. And he actually went on and commented, and was like, have you seen the Arsenio Paul show?
Yes.
Brains exploded.
And he loved it.
He loved
Arsenio
it.
said it was really well done.
They love each other. It's like a mutual admiration fest. And I think that what's cool is that anyone can, like, I love telling people about Reddit because I'm like, you can go on, start an account this morning and have the #1 post on the homepage by the end of the day. Like, there are no hard and fast rules. Like, just be genuine and have fun with it.
Yeah, and it has been so fun to see, and I'll tell you, we reminisced a little earlier about some of the early days. I even found the original apartment where Steve and I started Reddit on Google Street View.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's this one. Anyway, these are the humble origins of Reddit, and the fact that, and I mean, I'm on the board, right? I'm not, you all, I have not been really working at Reddit for a number of years, and in those 3 or 4 years, Reddit has grown an order of magnitude, at least 10x. I mean, it's amazing how much more it's grown.
It's like the Richter scale.
Yeah.
Like the Richter scale of Reddit.
and what is so just kind of, what gives me the warm and fuzzies is how dedicated everyone who is there is. Because I remember what a kind of joke it was when we started. Like, there was 2 recent college graduates who had literally no idea what we were doing. And everyone seems to care so much in those offices, whether it's in New York or in San Francisco. Like, how would you describe actually working at Reddit and the team here in New York?
You have the best team in the world because everybody genuinely wants to be there. It's like, it was like literally discovering that you have a planet of other people who are like you and who are very different than you, but at the same time, you're all passionate about the same thing. It's like a very, very amazing, wonderful, serendipitous experience. And also, everyone has a really wicked, sharp, funny sense of humor. And so you never know what's going to be on the gauntlet. I'm dying to see what everybody dresses up as for Halloween this year. Including you.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
Did you read the mega thread on Ask Reddit about different Halloween costume ideas? I was very inspired by it. So they put together 3 mega threads. One was costume ideas, and then I can't remember what the other 2 were. Yeah, mega thread.
There we go. I was initially going. My girlfriend was gonna. She really wanted to dress. Well, okay. There was a whole group. It was gonna be X-Men.
Okay.
Girlfriend really wanted to be Storm. I was gonna be Husky Wolverine.
What's Husky Wolverine?
Like just Wolverine, just a little huskier, like that.
Wolverine in between the movies.
Yeah. There's not a Hugh Jackman under here. There's the spandex is not very forgiving. Okay, here it is.
The top one, the costumes.
All right, costume idea.
Yes. So I liked Wreck-It Ralph for really tall and big guys. They had a lot of ideas coming out of that. I really like the Nick Cage idea. So you dress up as every single iteration of Nick Cage by putting on a bunch of wigs. And you take off and put on the different wigs.
To the course of the night.
Exactly.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, there's some really good inspiration on there. So if you're still trying to figure out what you want to be.
Wow. And it's so great because you have here. Okay, this is so great. So here's one of the top comments on this thread from Make Me Roar. Some underscores in the middle. My wife and I, both women, are still trying to sort that out. Us both being scissors this year just isn't going to cut it. And
there's so many layers of
and it's like there's so much awesomeness. And then have one of you change to a rock costume. Bonus if you can find someone to come as paper. You have Wayne and Garth. And then someone suggests Wayne and Garth scissoring. I like it's so cool because
you have the whole world in your pocket.
Yeah, and you could have a room of 100 brilliant, talented, amazing, hilarious people, and they still can't compete with this.
It's just the randomness of the glorious hive mind. It's like Ask Simon Says or something. It's serendipitous.
What's your favorite subreddit? I always ask people this.
My favorite subreddits. I have a bunch of favorites. It's really hard asking me to pick just one.
True.
I really love One True God. My personal goal is to get Nick Cage to do an AMA.
What do you think's the holdup there? Do you think
I think that the problem is that I've talked to a lot of different people, and it's kind of like you're looking at this giant, massive thing, and you're trying to figure out where to start with the problem. You know, like he's aware that the subreddit exists. He's mentioned a couple of interviews, and I just would love to make it happen. Please, if anybody knows Nick Cage or his people, have them email me. We're gonna make the best AMA ever, and the internet will literally explode.
And see. You know, I assume, and I'm not gonna go off about like One True God stuff. I'm gonna assume though that he is somewhat self-aware.
Yeah, no, he's very self-aware, but he's also Nick Cage. Like he believes that he's invented his own acting school called Shamanic Nouveau. Yeah. So all of those scenes in the movies, like in The Wicker Man, where he's screaming, "How did this get burned?"
One moment. You keep going, yeah.
The Wicker Man, so good. How did this get burned? That's his acting school. Like, the man is a national treasure, literally. And so, where do you even start with someone like that? Like, we have so many questions for him.
Do we have you have the audio for that? We're gonna play it one more time. Hold on. All right, wait. Let's get full screen. I feel like I need to watch this.
How to get burned? How to get burned? How to get burned? How to get burned?
I don't know.
So like this. I think you're right. He is a national treasure.
He is a national treasure, and in fact, I actually signed the petition to give him the Declaration of Independence because he deserves it.
And there are a few copies of it.
There are a few
This is
copies
true.
of
There
it.
are a few copies of the Declaration of Independence. It's true. We can Google this.
But yeah, so Nick Cage would be an amazing AMA and one of my dreams to make possible. But I really do take notice of people's requests, and when people post requests on the site, it's not like just going into the ether.
Yeah.
Like people do notice, and they do try to make it happen.
So Victoria, that's the thing, right? It sounds like you don't think you have to convince anyone that you deeply care about this, about Reddit, and it's not just a job.
Yeah, it's a way of life.
So how do we get there are still so many other people. Nick Cage is one great example the internet will love. But what do you think is the way for us to it's great to be entertained by some of these AMAs. Some of the other great ones are delving into some of the more serious things in life, society, politics, all that.
Yeah.
How do we get more politicians? I was really bummed out. New York City.
Cory Booker's doing one tomorrow.
Yeah, well, but Cory loves social media. That's like low-hanging fruit. And yes, he's going to be amazing. He's going to be hilarious. I got 99 problems, but your ditch ain't one. Great stuff.
He's
They're
gonna do great.
very well. But New York City, we're going to have mayoral race coming up. We have these
We have
primaries.
a couple mayoral candidates that want to do them.
I want to see. Yes,
this
should
people who are
become
coming on and doing that.
great because this. And this obviously the onus is not on you. I'm not saying Victoria.
It's okay.
Victoria's already doing a bunch of amazing things, but how do we as citizens? How do we get it to the point where people realize this is a requisite thing? If I actually want to be taken seriously, just I need to have a Facebook account, I need to have a Twitter account, I need to be on
It's just a tipping
Reddit.
point, A, and B, the other thing is that Reddit's always going to be a little bit different than the other social media platforms because there's an element of lack of control there, and I think that no matter what, that's not going to change, and you wouldn't want it to change.
Right.
So when people say something on Reddit, it's essentially going on the record, and you are saying something in a forum where you're going to be held accountable for what you say in a way that people are not necessarily held on other social media platforms where they can delete comments, they can block people from walls, but if someone says I'm looking for support for her and her kids, and that essentially puts someone on the spot, and it can be very difficult if you're someone who was on the record, has all these different advisors. How do you respond to that in a timely way that's also genuine? Because if it's not genuine, it's worse than if they didn't go on there to begin with. If they're not going to be sincere and if they're not going to speak the truth, then they shouldn't go on there.
So is there a chance that perhaps this means that the people who, let's just keep sticking with this politics thing, the people who continue to succeed there and can succeed in places like Reddit actually will end up having to be more sincere or at least more accountable for their words?
That's interesting. I think that I like to think that people who understand it and who get it and who put themselves on Reddit are people who held themselves to a little bit more of a standard of transparency than other people. And a lot of it's also just about educating people. What we're working to change every day, and I think you and I both do this a lot, is changing the way that people perceive Reddit so that they understand that it's not some monolithic entity. There's a community for everything and everything you can possibly imagine. And as a result of that, there are people on there that you want to connect with, who are passionate supporters of your work, who are people who care about the same issues that you do, and there should be that dialogue happening, and it's not all just one, thing.
Whenever we talk about the sort of diversity of subreddits, I always come back to My Little Warhammer, which, I love the fact that there is a Warhammer community. I love the fact that there's a My Little Pony community. The fact that there is a My Little Warhammer community, can we pull this up, is amazing. Here are a bunch of people who love My Little Pony Warhammer crossovers, My Little Dreadnought. This is amazing.
Oh my
Only
God.
on the internet.
Oh, no,
right?
You were asking me my favorite subreddits earlier, and I got distracted with One True God. I really love British Problems. I'm kind of obsessed.
That's all the passive aggressive,
It's delightful. It's one of those subreddits that you just read in your head and you wish that Richard Ayoade and Chris O'Dowd were there to narrate this subreddit.
Do you do an English accent?
Not very well.
I tried one earlier, and we actually had Brits writing in, tweeting. They were sending telegrams saying, "Stop it! Don't ever do that again." So.
Well, maybe you could do that as a fundraising mechanism.
Yeah, I could just always be genius.
Good day. I think it'd be awful. It'd be complete hot mess. I love British Problems. I love Ask Reddit. I love IAmA, of course. I really like learning about different just random subreddits like, oh, where did the soda go? That's a
yes.
You gotta share that with the
animated
people.
GIFs for.
And there's also
everything.
another one that complements Where Did the Soda Go called OSHA. That's small gifts from public safety training videos.
What?
Yeah. So.
Okay. So just to be clear, Where Did the Soda Go is a bunch of pretty non sequitur animated GIFs pulled from infomercials.
Yes.
That
exactly.
make no
it's
sense
a
out of
subreddit
context.
devoted to infomercials, which makes it truly just glorious and
Oh
amazing.
God, these kids look so happy. I wish I could have this much fun with fruit these days. Like bananas do not excite me, but like
I feel
man.
like there's a weapon off screen somehow in that.
Keep dancing.
But yeah, there are so many great subreddits out there.
What's the origin of that?
Where did the soda go?
Yeah.
I think that the title of it is a reference to an infomercial where someone's like, "Where did the soda go?" And they have like the sham wow, and they're like, "It absorbs more than 3 times its weight in liquid." Like, I love infomercials, so this is a recurring theme in my life.
And you know, they wouldn't keep doing them if it didn't work. That's the kind of sad thing, right? Or do they not work?
No, but the thing is, in my opinion, at some point there's going to be a retrospective of infomercials as art because they are art. Like, this is selling us something, and it's.
Tell me more. No, you're
making
right.
me laugh at the dog.
The cute dog. Oh, it's okay.
It's an art form. It's an all-American art form because this is devoted to selling us something in such a ridiculous, ostentatious way. It's a language, a dialogue that we all understand.
Yeah. Can we talk about something? Here's something I understand. It looks like someone is kicking the dog to get it to move out of the way.
I think that that's called the production assistant.
Is that what's going on in the PA here? Look at this.
That's not very nice.
That's not nice at all. As a pet owner, that's real. Oh, poor dog.
Well, let's go look at a cheerful one.
I want to feel better about this.
That one's depressing. Right. You should show him OSHA.
But okay, tell me about it. You're teaching me about OSHA. I don't know about this.
OSHA.
I've never used this Reddit, so I'm more of a dig user. It's my first time actually on Reddit.
So this is just gifts from training videos.
Oh, geez, Senor Hard Hats. What? Oh man, this guy's tripping. He's got if your safety equipment is ever talking to you, with or without facial hair, you're probably on drugs.
You probably should not be operating heavy
machinery.
machinery.
Yes, do not. Exactly.
Do not operate heavy machinery. Yeah, there are so many great subreddits. I like, what's the creepy one? No Sleep? No Sleep is
gosh,
good.
yeah, that's full of horror stories that will keep you up at night.
And then each area of the country has its own subreddit. So I subscribe to R New York, and I still keep in touch with R LA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Los Angeles is a good one.
Yeah, LA, New York.
Here's something really cool. So like 4 years ago, you may remember, Newsweek, I think it was Newsweek, rated Grand Rapids like the worst city in America, or top 10, it was one of these awful top 10 lists. And they responded with that great viral video about American Pie, and like lip dub. It was this great massive lip dub, and it was this really proud moment for Grand Rapids. And on a whim, I was like, I wonder if we have a Grand Rapids subreddit. Yeah, this was 3 years ago, and even today, it's like, this is so cool because you have a community here. I mean,
it's an underserved community.
Totally underserved community.
It's an underserved community. Like, people forget about these great cities.
Yeah.
And there are wonderful people who live in them. Midwest represent.
Yeah. Wait, if you want to shout out.
Milwaukee.
There we go. All right.
That's
so
my hometown.
I should. Oh well.
You're trying to
should have got some microbrew.
No, it's all good. I'm gluten free now, so I've given up my Wisconsin citizenship pass.
Wow. Let me ask you. What is the one thing I need to eat? No, I'm not going to go gluten free. That's not going to work for me.
Well,
what do I need to eat? Is it fried? No. I mean, I know I was talking about fast food earlier, but fried cheese curds.
I would think that the quintessential Wisconsin food is brats.
Brats.
And you can get them here.
Great. I love. As a good German boy, I like brats. Okay.
Yeah, they're the quintessential Wisconsin summer food.
With a little fried cheese curds on the side.
Sure, why not?
Thank you.
I just like brats. But yeah, so Tom Hanks, are we excited?
Oh right, I'm very excited. Look at the countdown.
The countdown clock is continuing.
It's happening.
I know.
Wait, exclamation! Ron Paul, it's happening.
I mean, to me, the Tom Hanks is the voice of America.
Yeah, I mean, the greatest. That's not right. The greatest living actor in the world, I would argue. And if anyone argues against me, they're wrong. Right?
Oh, and. Well, no, I mean, there are a lot of really great actors out there. I mean, we can't forget foreign film actors, too. You know, I think that we tend to have a very American-centric view of...
You know, I apologized to Bollywood earlier when I said that. And
yeah.
Yes, there are plenty... I'm sorry, but Tom Hanks.
I know, but
that's almost the end of the discussion, right?
Tom Hanks is the voice of America. I remember hearing him in real life speak at an event, and I was just like, why do I know this voice? Why do I hear the voice of America? I was like, oh my God, it's Tom Hanks. And like, what do you even say? I mean, I said, excuse me, sir, can I help you? But
Were you able to help him?
no, he was just like, I'm waiting for a friend. I'm okay. I was like, okay. And then I was like, oh my God.
So you
that's
talked to Tom Hanks. You had a conversation with Tom Hanks.
Barely. It was like, you know, a small sardine swimming by a gigantic ocean tanker.
No, but you know what?
It was magical.
Those two creatures still passed, and there was still something special there.
It was magical. And he just seems so nice and genuine down to earth. He collects typewriters.
Yes, he loves his typewriters. I was debating how much I wanted to pander today. And I have a typewriter. It's nothing impressive, but I was going to type him out a love letter, and I thought that's a little much.
That's sweet. I think that you mean well, but maybe what we should do afterwards is like send him like some typewriter ribbons. Like that would be a nice gift because I'm sure that he probably runs out of them a lot, and we can only buy them in New York probably.
And where? I mean, typewriter ribbons? Yeah, that's not. You can't quite just go on Amazon.
Exactly. You have to find a boutique, and you live in the area of New York where they have lots of cute little boutique stores that
Brooklyn.
probably sell artisanal typewriter ribbons.
I like the way you think.
Yeah, send him a little gift basket of gift wrap typewriter ribbons, and you know, hopefully it goes really well. Hopefully everybody enjoys it.
I think it will. I don't think we have. I really believe, and I know we might be hyping this, but I don't care because Tom Hanks is worth it.
Okay.
I think this could be one of the best ever.
One of the best ever.
And
that's saying a lot.
You know, but
because we've really upped the ante.
We have, as long as he doesn't submit. Actually, you know what? He should submit a photo of him pretending to be asleep with a sheet of paper on his torso. I mean, it's been done by a few others.
It's been done. The Lonely Island, I think, did
yeah,
it
they
best.
did a great job with it. Yeah. All right, fair enough. But I think it's going to be magical.
I hope
really
so.
is.
I hope to channel that magic, and it's going to be a magical afternoon for all of us. Thank you for letting me be on.
Sure. I mean, this is really no problem for me.
I was literally coming by just to say hello. So.
Oh, well, I'm glad you got. I'm glad you got to share with the internets. Victoria, everyone. Yeah, woo! Yeah. Next time we're actually going to have a full band. We will not just be in some random dude's office. We will have a sound studio. Is that right, Steven?
Mm-hmm.
He's
don't do it on a Monday.
He is lying to me.
No more Mondays.
No more Mondays?
It's nice to meet
All right, Victoria, thank you. Guys, Victoria, now, you've probably, at this point, decided, I want to go work at Reddit. And you know what? I think we're hiring. I think we are actually hiring, and I don't know where to tell you to go, because I don't think we actually have a jobs page at reddit.com/jobs, so I feel kind of bad. Oh, page not found. Okay. Maybe I spoke too soon. I feel like we're hiring. I feel like we are. I should really know this before I say something. Now that I've said it, I guess we are.
I guess you are.
Look, at the very least, you should reach out, and if you're not following Reddit on Twitter, you should. And holler at us, at Reddit. I mean, I hope you're following me on the Twitters, but if you really want a good time, you follow Reddit. And I've actually pulled this up right now. Hold on, allow, what is, God, Chrome, stop it. Okay, can we get that on the screen? Thank you, sir. The Reddit Twitter account is guaranteed to entertain every day, a bunch of great content, verging on almost 200,000 followers. So I'm really hoping we can get this to 200,000, hopefully because of this. But seriously, you don't want to miss a thing. And be sure to tweet and say hello. And thank Victoria for coming out, because she's doing an amazing job. You can imagine what it is like to be the director of communications for a platform like Reddit. So needless to say, she is very busy. So very happy she was able to come. I want to let you guys know, we are now, good God, we are almost 45 minutes away to greatness. 45 minutes away from Tom Hanks. I'm going to hit a big reload on this AMA and see if there are some more questions and I can get back to answering. While we were at the break, I went and did a little bit more answering. Oh man, I hope, has Eddie Wong started his AMA? Let's make sure. I was bugging him on Facebook as well and said, Eddie, get on here. We need you. Perhaps he may still come by. All right, let's see here. Oh, geez. Oh, God. Let's see. Is there anything after Reddit? Because everything from before it in my life is gone now. I can't see ever getting out. Does anyone get out? I don't remember what it was like before. That was me quoting a commenter named Turkey Pants. Yes, Turkey Pants. There are lots of things after Reddit. Never undervalue closing your laptop and just going for a walk. Also, great username. turkey pants. That's the nice thing too, right? When you force constraints on people to have to come up with a new identity, they get to come up with great things like turkey pants. And just a quick look, Eddie, you're killing me, dude. I see no Eddie Wong AMA on the front page. There is, however, I should call up Eddie right now. All right. We actually have Danny Brown, who's on here. He's a rapper who is doing an AMA, which you should check out 32 minutes ago. But in the meantime, I'm going to call up Eddie.
Put him on speakerphone.
I'm going to put him on speaker, and I'm going to try really hard to not show you his phone number. Okay, thanks. Although he'd probably love that. He'd be like, thanks for giving my phone number to everyone. All right, Eddie Wong. Can you pick this up?
We should have had Victoria call him.
That's true.
Yeah, he's not here.
Oh no, he's not on the list anymore. I gotta talk to him. All right.
Hello?
Hey Eddie, it's Alexis.
Hey, what's up, dude? How's it going?
Dude, not bad, man. Weren't you supposed to do an AMA today?
I don't know. You were gonna do it today at Vice, but then they said Tom Hanks and you were doing it, so we didn't do it.
No, dude. Yes, it's true. Oh, but here's the thing. Do you mind if I put you on? Oh, right, it is. Shit. Hey, I want to shout out Fresh Off the Boat Season 2, and I'm doing a live stream. Can I? What do I tell people? Because I want here actually.
Yeah, hold on.
If I turn this up enough, I think I can get you on the speakerphone. Like actually have them hear you.
Oh yeah. So you do your AMA. If you want to shout out to Season 2, I'll just call in or whatever.
Well, here, I think I can. Can I just put it up to my microphone? Yeah. I think. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn this up, and if you just talk, I think they can hear you. All right, hold on. Wait. Okay. If you just talk now, and you're right next to my microphone.
All right.
There we go.
I'm on right now?
Yeah. All right, now you're on.
Word. Yo, what up? I'm at the Vice office.
Dude, you gotta come over to The Verge, man. I know it's like Jets and Sharks, but.
No, I gotta come down to The Verge. We're just in Brooklyn right now, like handling this premiere, looking at Lady Gaga in these giant boots.
Tough life, man.
It's good. How's everything for you? Congrats on the book.
Dude, thank you. Dude, it's going very well. And it was funny, I had planned this AMA like, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. And then I saw Tom Hanks was doing it, and I was like, this is amazing. This is like, I mean, this is the greatest living actor of all time. So we're doing this little countdown to Tom Hanks. But then I saw your name on the schedule. I was like, oh, Eddie's going to do an AMA today. Let me give him some love. But when does Fresh...
Yeah, no, there were too many stars with AMA. You and Tom
Dude,
Hanks,
no.
I can't compete with that.
I
can't compete with that. Y'all are some very powerful white people.
That's nonsense, Eddie. That's okay. That is, yeah, I know, dude. You know, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to make up for it, but.
Me and Sabrina are more Tuesday AMA people.
Well, no, dude. Actually, I mean, I would argue Tuesday is a better day because of the quieter news cycle. But look, just let me know how I can help. When does season 2 start on Vice for Fresh Off the Boat?
It started today at 11 a.m.
11 a.m. So
5 to 3 hours, yeah.
Dude, so I'm just gonna put here. You know what? I've got a little live stream action going on. I'm just gonna put it on the screen before this or after this little chat ends.
Oh man, I appreciate it. Anything you need for the book, just let me know.
You sir are too kind. We need to get dinner and drinks and do it right. And I apologize for taking long.
Yeah, I'll move back to the neighborhood too. I'm like down the street from you.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I just moved back like a couple weeks ago.
Wait, so you're in Brooklyn?
Yeah, I'm on Adelphi.
So you're a Nets fan now?
No, dude, come on.
Dude.
Come on, just because I'm having sex doesn't mean I have herpes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Wong. Dude, I'll get you in the black one of these days. Don't worry, man. You're coming to the dark side.
Oh. But no, we'll hang out, dude. It'll be good. How about them skins, though?
Dude, I know we are turning a corner. No one can say RG 1 and 3. That's not as clever. Dude, look, we could come out of this in a competition for first place.
We're gonna come out of the bye, beat the Cowboys, and be in first place. It'll be great.
I like what you're cooking with, man.
Great. I know.
Hell. Awesome.
All right, dude. Well, look, enjoy your AMA. Thank you, and then anything you need, let us know. We're over here today.
Dude, thank you, man.
Send me an image of your book, because I can use the Vice thing today.
Dude, I will send you an image. We're gonna screen cap it like this.
If you have a messenger that wants to bring a book down to the Vice office, we'll put it on the Vice.
Dude, are you serious? All right, hold on. We're gonna make this happen. I'm not sure how we've got. We'll make it work. Thank you.
All right.
Awesome,
Later,
dude.
man.
See you, Eddie. Thanks, man. Marvelous. That was not scripted. That's so cool, man. We made it work. Wait, so
Now he lives in Brooklyn.
could he? I know he's this close to becoming a Nets fan, man. Wait, so were you guys able to pick up the audio once I put the thing close?
Yeah.
That's great. Awesome. Good, good, good. Look at that. Who needs a separate line to call in for, man? All right. Well, so wait, what do we got here? We got to actually answer some questions. I've been slacking off, guys, and I apologize for that. Let's see here. Whew, a lot of discussion about football right now. Yes, I know the Denver Broncos are the best team in the NFL right now. Did someone try to say, how does it feel to be 0-4? No, false. False. We're 1-3. You, sir, have your facts wrong. Or, madam, you OMG a hippie. No, we're 1-3. Let's see, some more Armenian stuff. Yes, I am Armenian. That there are a bunch of different ways to pronounce my name. Ohanian. I think it's, for all the Armas out there, I want to be clear, like, my Armenian is terrible, and I feel really bad about that. And I normally pronounce my name Ohanian. This was an entire thread, just to be clear. Just because it's easier, because it's fewer syllables. I think it's supposed to be Ohanian, I think. And I'm seeing a lot of discussion here. Ohanian, oh, yeah, look, I'm ready to be corrected, so please let me know. I guess Ohanian, anyway. And Dishy Pants, I'm very excited that you were going to be introducing me and the book when I come to Powell's Books in Portland. I'm especially happy because that is easily one of my favorite bookstores in the country. Maybe the world, definitely the country, one of my favorites. The Strand here in New York would be another one. Borderlands Books in San Francisco would be another. But you guys are easily top three. Easily top three. And I love, 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 love the fact that you are so big. I know it's all about how you use it, but the fact that you have an independent bookstore that is as massive as yours, pals, is awesome. So yay for reading, yay for Portland. Very excited to come. I will respond to your comment with typing once I'm done. Today I learned, yes, Reddit is in fact bigger. Oh, whoops. I guess I can work my grammar. Yeah.
Point out a question that I cannot believe we haven't addressed.
Please, there's a question. I have skipped. I'm sorry. Yeah. What do I got?
What would Tom Hanks rather fight? One horse-sized duck.
Oh, geez. Yeah.
100 duck-sized horses.
Okay. All right. So this is the canonical Reddit AMA question. Tom Hanks is a smart man. He's a strategist. And I think when he would look at the dilemma of 100 horses that are sized like ducks versus one duck sized like a horse, he would pick the one duck-sized horse. Just kidding. The one horse-sized duck. That wouldn't be much of a fight, would it? I guess, yeah. One duck-sized horse wouldn't stand a chance. And I think that's because, well, I mean, okay, admittedly, that's what I would also choose. But I think it's because you have one enemy to focus on. It's kind of like when you and your small squad are defending a bridge in France. You know, you want to be able, you may, is this, somehow I'm turning this into a World War II Private Ryan metaphor, but I like those odds because you can then focus single-mindedly on defeating this one massive duck as opposed to 100 little horses. And frankly, ducks don't, I've eaten ducks before. I know you can eat horse, but I feel like I've already psychologically gotten edge on the duck because I've eaten them before. The duck has never presumably eaten me before, or a human. Once now, look, once a duck has tasted man flesh, whole different story. Whole different story. They become very other at that point. But assuming this duck has not tasted man flesh, I say I have the advantage, and so would Tom Hanks. Also, you know what? Let's be real though. No duck or horse would ever want to pick a fight with a man like Tom Hanks. No, they would quickly defer to him.
Have you seen that mustache?
I don't know what he was thinking in that film. I mean, it's, look, he can pull it off because of who he is, but I don't know, Tom. I don't know what you were thinking. But really, they would defer to him, and then simply say, "I will be your steed," or "I will guard you for the rest of your life." So that's what it is for that one. Yeah, and he would ride off in the sunset, or he would fly off into the sunset or something. I'm actually kind of pleased that I've, all right, I've gotten through a good chunk of these. All right, so Fire Tornado, our Baltimore, Huevos Rancheros. Yeah, we covered the important stuff. All right, come on down here.
There's one.
What do we got?
One good one about using developers using Reddit as a platform.
Oh.
The question is, do you feel that Reddit has been neglected as far as leveraging the user base and platform to help build an app ecology beyond just bots?
That is smart. Okay, yes. So has Reddit missed out on an opportunity there? Yeah, you know, we haven't. God, we've never really had the resources to develop a lot of good stuff around the API. Documentation is almost non-existent. We've never had someone whose job it was to evangelize, to go to hackathons and say, hey, everyone, hack on Reddit code. We've never had any of that. And I think it shows. I mean, if you look at some of the things third-party developers have made with Reddit, I will take issue. It's not just bots. I mean, look at Alien Blue, which is, as the guy who led the development of our own iReddit app, Alien Blue is much better, much, much, much better. That's one freelancer in Australia who's built that. You look at all the other things that have been built on top of Reddit, and yeah, it's clear there's a lot more greatness that could be coming out of it. We haven't had the resources to do it. That is changing. I think we're going to see more of that down the road. And one of the things that I always keep in the back of my head too is that yes, we have a very, I mean, within this user base of 70 million people, there are a lot of developers, and so yeah, it seems like a pretty easy line to draw, connecting those dots. But look at the way a platform like Twitter has used and essentially discarded so many developers. One of the things that most investors tell, you know, a couple of wide-eyed founders who want to build something on top of someone else's platform is something to the extent of like, don't be someone else's, I think Fred Wilson said, don't be someone else's bitch, I think was his exact quote. And because Fred Wilson said it, I can quote that. Let me Google that just to be sure. Yeah, being someone else's bitch, Fred Wilson says be your own bitch. And what he means by that is, yeah, when you are building on someone else's stuff, when you're building on someone else's platform, you're ultimately marrying yourself to them, except it's not really a fair relationship because at any moment they can just be like, thanks, I'm out, and you're hosed. And it's not, I mean, Twitter made business decisions, and at the end of the day, these are all for-profit companies. They're making decisions that are best for the companies. Now, I would argue Reddit, we think that what is best for our users is also best for the business. So we actually don't find those two at odds really ever. So we'd probably be a lot better to our developer community, but that's also something people should keep in mind. I think it's amazing that you can do this kind of stuff, but you should be aware that most of the platforms you're going to build on you are going to be at the mercy of. And Reddit is really exceptional in that. So, you know, Alien Blue does its thing and just continues to rock. And we've sort of supported it from afar. I mean, I'm publicly telling you, it's a great app, you should get it. We've supported this stuff from afar. And more importantly, we've never thwarted it. So long as it's, you know, all reasonable stuff and they're not totally obliterating with calls and requests, you know, we're totally down to support that. And I'd even go so far as to say we do that with content, because, you know, I'll use Rome Sweet Rome as the example because Proofrock or James is amazing. You know, here was an entire movie screenplay that came out of a Reddit comment, and now what the press kept asking us was, what are you gonna do? Like, are you gonna sue him? Are you gonna take the screenplay? Because this guy started in some Reddit comments, who would win? It was like a Roman battalion or, no, the entire Roman army versus a modern day Marine battalion or something to that effect. And he started this great comment thread, created all this content. The community got behind it, created this subreddit just dedicated to all of this great stuff. And this guy got an agent within a few days, and he had a screenplay that was sold within, I think, weeks. And he got all that money. Reddit, we didn't come back to him and say, well, actually, you did it on our commenting system, and so you owe us money. No, because the long-term benefit to Reddit far outweighs the short-term benefit if we do try to take a percentage. The long-term, I mean, because look, Proofrock comes, you know, he's still a very active Redditor. I'm actually working with him, full disclosure, on his latest Kickstarter campaign, which I'll link you to right now, Acadia, a new sci-fi novel from James Irwin. And this guy's a really talented writer who's there in Des Moines just doing his thing, who had a few minutes and started a comment thread that changed his life. And he's an amazingly gifted writer. And he probably would not have been discovered by some Hollywood agent had he not posted this comment on Reddit. And it's amazing that that happens. And so why would we want to discourage countless other writers from sharing their creativity just to make a small percentage off of one who succeeded? That's dumb. And there are plenty of businesses who would not go through that calculus, or at least not have the same results, but I think they are wrong. And, and we'll see how it bears out. Perhaps we will look foolish 20 years from now because we didn't capitalize on every single thing we could to extract money from the community, but my contention is that that will not be the case. So we'll see.
What about, I don't know how you pronounce it. You pronounce it differently. Imager?
Imager. Yeah. That's another one. Imager, congratulations to Alan. They have now surpassed Reddit in traffic. So Reddit grabs about 70 million, a little over 70 million unique visitors a month. Imager has announced 100 million unique visitors. It's almost twice as many. And they came up out of Reddit. They were built because Alan was frustrated because, you know, the image hosting sites were bad. They sucked. And so he scratched his own itch, created something the Reddit community loved, and then eventually the internet loved. And he's now enjoying the success of that, and that's amazing. And I can assure you, no one from Reddit has called him up and said, hey, Alan, buddy, great job, but we need 10%. That's my impression of an asshole. Because I'm not going to name industries, but there are plenty of industries where I think people would think, oh no, this, of course I deserve a cut of this. This was our work, you owe us. And well, that's bullshit. And so again, I celebrate Imager's success. And in fact, shameless plug, on the Without Their Permission tour, we're having all these alums come back to their schools, and I'm going to interview them, Small Empires style, on stage. And he went to Ohio University, not Ohio State. Oh, sorry, University of Ohio. And a lot of people are going to be really pissed off at me for that. Hold on. University of Ohio. No, damn it, Ohio University. Yes, this one. Okay, so not Ohio State, but this one. University of Ohio, or Ohio University. I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble. Ohio University. Whew. Alan graduated from there, went on to start Imager, and he has graciously agreed to be my guest for this fireside chat there. And so I want a whole generation of Ohio University students, there we go, to see this guy and see and hear his stories and hear about the early days and feel like, holy shit, like he was able to do it, why can't I? He was sitting in the same auditorium I was 6 years ago, why can't I? And I mean, part of that's just the story why the internet is great, but it's also a story of how we can't, as creators, as people who often get lauded for being creative or being inventive or entrepreneurial, we have to concede that we are all standing on the shoulders of giants, and that we weren't, like, our brilliant ideas were not just plucked from heaven right into our heads. We benefited, Steve and I benefited tremendously to be able to get Reddit online and have it succeed. And so to see someone else doing it on our shoulders is great. Like, that's amazing. That's us. That is humanity making progress. And I think, well, I know that I'm not alone in this, because for a generation of us who really fundamentally understand the internet and understand how ideas are shared and remixed and progress is made, this is a really easy pill to swallow. For a generation before that may not really understand this or see this, I suspect, and this is, I think, a big point of why we often butt heads, is that they really do believe that there is this really special uniqueness and this something else that drives a lot of the kind of selfishness and short-term thinking behind a lot of decision making. So there's a very long answer, but congrats to Imager. And it's great because, right, we have a better image hosting service now. We all now get to benefit because when something gets Reddited and gets millions of views, it doesn't crash. It's ad-free, or sorry, not only it's actually ad-free anymore, but it's non-annoying or obnoxious ads, and it works. It just works. It solves a problem. So, like, I would be such a hypocrite if I had any problem with a site like Imager, and instead, yeah, big fan. The more you know. Okay, so we have 30, is this really 30 minutes? Wow, Tom Hanks in 30 freaking minutes, and I am trying really hard to answer a question with typing. I feel like this is a bit of a cop-out, because I'm gonna have to tell a bunch of people, hey, so it's in the live stream. check out the video. Also, Vince Gilligan, creator of Breaking Bad. He's the #1 thing on IAmA right now, and much deserved. I am so excited to read his AMA after I finish Breaking Bad. But what a sleeper! Like, look at the cast. You're one of these film guys. What had this guy been up to? Was I just ignorant, or?
Vince Gilligan?
Yeah.
He's made a bunch of stuff.
Oh. Never mind. All right, let's Google this.
Most famous for, what was it? He's done films and TV shows.
Oh, NYU. Dude, we should get this guy. We're actually still looking for a fireside guest.
He directed a bunch of X-Files
Oh. Oh, and he did Hancock, too.
Yeah.
That was a fun one. All right. Okay, but like, not he now is, I mean, this guy walks in any restaurant and he gets the table, he gets a free steak, like legend, exactly. And it's cool. It feels like this is a really good time for television. Mm-hmm. Am I crazy, or is this a really good time for TV?
This is a great time.
Yeah, and it's a shame because I'm a season behind.
What are the big ones in the last couple of years? Mad Men.
Yes.
Lost.
Well, I never really got into Lost, but JJ, you do your thing. House of Cards.
Well, yeah.
Can we?
This year. Orange is the New Black.
Orange is the New Black. House of Cards. I watch Walking Dead. It's not. I mean, Walking Dead's not the kind of thing where I'm like at the end of the episode, I'm like, that was brilliant, just so thought-provoking. But it is really, really entertaining, and I love the comic books. I'm not gonna be that guy and be like, the comics are better. It's true though, but I'm not gonna be that guy. The Kevin Spacey speech that he gave recently about content, why the Netflix model can save television, was better than, I would argue it was a better, he gets more across in 4 minutes than I have in this entire book. And I want to play it, but instead I'm just going to encourage all of you to go, you can just go play. We've only got 24 minutes left, so I want to make sure these people feel like they got their money's worth. But listen to Kevin Spacey's talk, because he gets it. And he sounds, I mean, you'd think he had started a number of these tech companies himself. No. He is this incredibly talented Oscar award-winning actor who actually understands how technology is changing the world and how it's actually going to be really great for filmmakers, actors, and viewers alike. And man, I started slow clapping him. You know the Citizen Kane clap gif? Yeah, this was me, right? So after, oh, come on. There we go. Yes. If we had higher production quality, we'd have this already up there. And so it was just like, this was, at the end of that Kevin Spacey, I was just like, yes, bravo. It's great because the more of those voices that get out there, the harder and harder it is going to be for the few dissenters that remain with their heads in the sand to keep sounding sane. All right, so let's see what we got here. I want some good. I'm actually feeling like we're making some pretty good headway on all this. The coolest startup that we visited. Oh yeah, I had to. Yeah, man. Oh, that's right. Oh, whoops. You know what? I screwed up. I was asked on a scale of 1 to 10 how embarrassed I was about my recent email title typo. I made a bit of an email in the subject line of my newsletter, or a bit of a typo in the subject line of my newsletter, and it hurt because the internet obviously hates typos more than a lot of things. And then appropriately, I got a typo in my comment explaining how embarrassed I was. 11 is what I meant. On a scale of 1 to 10, I felt like an 11. So let me just actually put that in there properly. There we go. All right, so what do we got here? We got more questions. My favorite Tom Hanks movie, and why is it big? No, Frantic Disembowel. Great username. It is. Alternate usernames for that could be Harried Harakiri. Frantic. That was a good one. That's the best thing I'm gonna get. I was gonna think of something with seppuku, but that's not gonna. Slippery seppuku. Yeah. Okay. My favorite Tom Hanks movie was Saving Private Ryan. Not big. Sorry, because I love history. I studied history in college, and I should apologize. Sorry, Saving Private Ryan. Here's a question from ASIS, or it could be Sing. So as As I Sing. Ooh, that could be a good one. That could be very punny. Let's go with that. From As I Sing, how does it feel to be the co-founder of Reddit? Do you wake up in the morning, run to the mirror, and shout, "Who's the co-founder of Reddit? Who's the co-founder of the homepage of the internet? You are, baby. You are. Yeah." I don't. I don't do that. The first thing I do when I wake up, I'm kind of like Carrie Bradshaw in Sex and the City. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, oh, that's good. Let's get the Carrie Bradshaw shot right there. Don't get me wrong. That I feel like I accidentally watched the last Sex and the City movie.
Accidentally?
Yeah, the one where they're in Abu Dhabi. And that movie is like a blight on humanity. Like that, and I guess it's...
You know why they did that? Why they made it?
Because it's a satire on our self-absorption and narcissism.
Tax credits. That's it. That's
Oh, why they did it? Are you serious? Because Abu Dhabi was like, let's get some love. Hey, okay. I actually did a speaking gig in Abu Dhabi. If any of you in Abu Dhabi or Dubai would like me and Steven to do a film, we will. Steven can be bought. And it ain't a lot.
We'll just put GoPros on our heads.
Yeah, just walk around. I would love small empires, Abu Dhabi.
Very big empires.
Yes, very big empire. Singular. So yeah, just let's talk. Let's make a movie. So, how does it feel like to be the co-founder? First thing I do when I wake up is I feed my cat. She's really hungry in the morning and likes to sit on my tummy until I wake up and feed her. I don't even need an alarm clock. She's actually gotten really smart about it. She now knows when my alarm goes off that within the next 10 to 15 minutes I will be getting up and feeding her. So she waits for my alarm. Once it goes off, then she begins sitting on my belly and trying to wake me up. She's cute about it though. I don't ask myself, you suppose that I say who's the co-founder of Reddit rhetorically as if I didn't know, and I know it. I don't need to ask myself that. The rest of it is just a little too absurd. And I do, look, and I'll be perfectly frank, I do talk to my cat. Let me just put that out there. Anyone who says they don't is a liar. I talk to my cat. I sometimes ask questions. Not my proudest moment. I never get an answer. I never expect it. I mean, sometimes she'll meow back and I'm like, oh, look, we're talking, but we're not really talking. She doesn't understand English. Anyway, I got that response. Here's a great question from C3VZN, who asks, how did your collaboration with The Verge come about? Did you approach them or did they reach out to you? Well, C3VZN, Stephen Greenwood has been dying to work with me since the day he was born. The good news is I was coincidentally, man, I cannot type as fast as Carrie, coincidentally pitching a show for the last 2 years to a bunch of traditional, I can't keep doing this, to a bunch of traditional media companies like production people to television and all that. And every single time they said some variation of, dude, Alexis, we love you, this is gonna be great. We just need to change a little thing here, a little thing there. And ultimately it always became something that I wasn't really comfortable with. So then, after 2 years of being an idiot and just shopping this thing around, I realized I should do this on the internet. Who is making the best video content online? And of course, Vice. And then I was like, you know what? Eddie's got a great show on Vice. I am not really Vice material, not a Vice. It's not really my demo. And then I was like, who else is making really good video? I know, The Verge. And I was...
Because you came on The Verge.
I was on The Verge, and I was blown away. It was an episode with LeVar Burton, so I don't want to brag, but I touched him. We shook hands, and I said, LeVar, I know you hear this all the time, but I'm a big fan. And he said, thank you, and then he left. And it was great. I mean, we were like sort of passing each other, but I was like, I gotta stop and say thank you for my childhood. And I'm talking about Reading Rainbow here. I mean, I don't want to draw a line in the sand like this. I was a Star Trek guy, and I know Jordan is going to take issue with this because he's a big Star Trek guy. I said Star Wars the first time, right?
No, you said Star Trek.
Ah, sorry. I was like, as it came on, big Star Wars fan, not really into Star Trek.
Yeah.
Although Picard was a better captain. Yeah, I went there. A lot of Shatner fans are coming at me now. Well, we should bring Jordan in here too, because I owe him some bourbon.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we'll talk to him about Star Trek.
Jordan actually has a clip that he wants to share with you.
Really?
That I'm going to email you right now.
Okay, great.
A video clip.
Marvelous. How about that? Bonus. So, oh God, I've totally lost track. Star Wars, Star Trek. Guys, I don't even know what the hell I was talking about. Oh, thank you. And The Verge. Thank you. So I was on the show, and I was so impressed because the crew, the gear, everything looked so professional. It looked just as good as anything I'd seen, The Daily Show, Tonight Show, and I was just in awe. And so I thought, I have to do this with The Verge. And fortunately, it's worked out pretty well. Jordan, would you like to take a seat in the hot seat? Yes. Jordan, all right. So a couple things. One, I'm told you have a clip. Steven does not know how to talk into a microphone, so hopefully you can do a better job than him.
I didn't bring a clip.
That guy.
I sent him a clip like an hour ago.
Oh, that's the clip,
It's
yeah.
in your inbox now.
Okay, all right, we're gonna pull up the clip. Real quick, Jordan, can you, let's see if I can log in. Tell the fine folks here on the internet what you do at Small Empires, or at The Verge, but really Small Empires.
I mean, we shoot it. Me and Billy were there on set. I've only missed one episode on Friday.
And we missed you on Friday,
Yes.
dude. And
How'd it go? Was it really?
This guy looked like a clown wearing the.
Oh, did you put it on? Yeah.
It looked like an Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
With the steel and because you got the glass. And Steven, you just.
The entire time that I was filming it, all I was thinking was Jordan is going to criticize my
Oh yeah.
eyes and mine.
The whole time. Yeah. No, the worst part. We have this like glide cam vest that we strap on occasionally for the shoots, and it's. Did you crack any like glass at the office?
I dropped a base. I dropped the base of the glide cam plate onto the floor.
Yeah.
With a really loud noise.
Yeah.
And that's
It's terrifying always like going through doorways and like around corners and stuff. And
But see, this is the kind of stuff you guys are willing to put it on the line for Small Empires,
Oh, yeah.
where other shows would be like, no, we don't need to get that shot.
Right.
No. And you
well,
guys
I mean,
wanna
the
fucking
nice
do it.
thing is like even as big as like the rig is, it's like our stuff is so small anyways that we can just we don't have to like set up huge lights or anything. We just show up and roll.
Do you consider Small Empires your crowning achievement in film and cinema?
Well, I mean, yeah, my mom did say it was her favorite thing of mine that I've ever done.
Yes.
She's like, tell Alexis that with the exception of the F-bomb that you dropped on the one live cast, she's like, tell Alexis he's nailing it.
Except for the
F-bomb. I'm like, Mom, it's not, but yeah. So
Yay.
if that's
awesome. Thank
that's
you. If she's watching this, thank you. Thank you. No, that's great. I've had so much fun doing it and had so little of a clue as to what it would entail that just to see every episode come up and have it be so well done is just it's amazing. Because I don't have to do jack. I do my thing and then I'm out, and then these guys are doing all the editing and all the actual like hardworking stuff.
No, it's a ton of fun, and just kind of being. I mean, you're the one like doing the interview, but like just being exposed to these people who pretty much just drop everything and chase their dreams has just been kind of insane and really inspiring.
Are you going to do it?
Do what?
Check out on The Verge and go start something.
I think we might have to start our production.
Yeah, dude, please, come on, guys, we can make this happen. We just got all you have to do is come up with a good name and a cute mascot, and this production company takes off.
I'm telling you, my subscription.
I know.
This is it's playlists for sandwiches.
For sandwiches. Yeah.
We just need Seamless to open up an API, and then celebrity playlists, chef playlists.
Endorsing different sandwiches. I'm going to be the last person to ever tell someone not to do a startup idea. So go for. I mean, clearly the film stuff you're doing is working out pretty well. So maybe focus on that. But do you and I have butted heads before on the set about J.J. Abrams.
Yes.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't bring that up right now. Do you think J.J. Abrams is you think he's a great director or the greatest director ever?
It's just a very, kind of backed me into a corner on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's really one of the two. At least, particularly with the latest Star Trek movies.
I think the Star Trek movie was an incredibly difficult thing for them to do. It's like they need to I think they were trying way too hard. They should have just made like a good movie. Instead, they were like trying to appease like the old school Trekkies by like just throwing out some like, hey guys, we watched Star Trek, and then it's like, in doing that, they just made like a really awful movie.
We're talking about the first one or the second one?
The second one. The
All
first
right.
one was
The
okay.
first
I was
one's
on board.
passable. Yeah.
But like the second one was like,
but
like
Benedict.
He was great.
Cumberbatch.
But like he was totally like his character made no sense. Like anything that came out of his mouth made no sense. Anything he did, like it was just.
It seemed kind of heavy-handed with all the like God like
yeah.
And I'm not even, and I confessed earlier that I was more of a Star Wars guy.
I mean, if you should jump into r/Star Trek and just take jump into some of those debates. It's been ongoing for.
I don't want to do that, man. That's
it's
bad
great.
news
It
bears.
is great. I mean, there's no other place on the internet you can debate the implications of limitless satisfaction via replicators and holodecks. r/Star Trek. A lot going on there.
That has a lot of economic implications, right? You start considering how much of our society is locked into the fact that there is this scarcity. You say goodbye to that.
I mean, do you think society would just shut down if we're able to go in a room and do whatever we want?
Yeah, I mean, it would put bars and most strip clubs out of business, right? So maybe it would be a positive for. Well, we'll have to. The internet. Glavin on the internet. Maybe. OK Cupid, which is a Small Empires reference. That's coming up. Okay. Well, we have 10 minutes until Hank's time, and you have a clip here that I've queued.
Oh yeah.
What is this?
This is from the Vergecast. I don't know.
He's not gonna be able to hear it though.
Oh, we can probably just. Can you just unplug your? Turn it.
It's feeding into there.
That's okay.
Can you play it on your personal laptop?
Separate? Is this for me to hear or everyone else?
You should definitely hear it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched the Vergecast. It's our weekly show on technology culture, and the culture of now.
Where?
But you were.
What did I do with this?
You were referenced.
Really? This is embarrassing. Okay. All right. Here. How do I? All right. So, should I start playing it here? Yeah. Oh God, you guys are asking me to stretch me to my limits. All right, hold on, Steven. I have lost your email. There's Verge link. Okay. All right, we can do this, everyone. Bear with me. May the power of Tom Hanks flow through my veins.
Shaved his beard.
I don't know if that's true, but you can
try
and
and
hug him hard.
I believe you about the
He
beard.
shaved his beard.
He felt, he tried to compete.
He just couldn't hang.
But he couldn't. And he had to shave it.
He did.
He shaved it all.
He got rid of it real fast.
Shaved that thing right off. Okay, so that's the Vergecast for this week. If you'd like to get in touch with us, you can email us at vergecast@theverge.com. You can.
Those are fighting words. All right. That will not stand, Josh. And I am. You know what? I kind of want to. I want to grow a comeback beard. I am surrounded by
a revenge beard.
A revenge beard. Thank you. A revenge beard. Because I feel like I'm surrounded by people with amazing facial hair. And Steven. But if you've ever seen Eric, I'm just kidding. No, he has an amazing beard. If you haven't seen Stephen Greenwood's beard, you should see it. It is lovely. I only recently realized it had the nice fiery glow to it. If someone had
his personality.
Exactly. If I had been told ahead of time, I would have taken notes a lot sooner. But the Eric Martin, our general manager at Reddit, has grown a magnificent beard. And you know it's getting a little colder. You know what? All right, forget it. I will, starting tomorrow, just grow. I'm just gonna.
You're doing a tour beard.
The book. I'm gonna grow a tour beard. Fine. All right, Josh. I don't know what camera I'm looking into, but this is a threat, a beard off, or I don't know what this is. I am going to stop shaving as soon as my book comes out for this tour. There we go. There we go. Josh, we're coming in close now. All right. You were making fun of my facial hair. That's fine. That's fine. I am half Armenian, my friend, and that half is gonna grow the hell out of my facial hair and that beard. All right. So starting tomorrow when the book drops, and for the next 5 months of tour, I will grow my beard out. This is gonna be great. I'm excited. And then what, Josh? You guys have really brought out the best of me. Thank you. I'm feeling this competitive spirit. I don't know if we can somehow do this for charity, because there's no way he's shaving that off. No. Is it like who can grow a longer beard, a fuller beard?
It should be.
Yeah.
Josh's have.
I think it should just be like the quality of the beard.
Quality of the beard. Yeah. Okay. And then, should we have the internet to judge it? Winter is coming. No, you're right. Movember is coming. Yes. And then for prostate cancer. I mean, it's not for it. It always feels awkward when you're like, I'm growing this for prostate cancer. I mean, against it, but for it. No one wants to be on prostate cancer side. Let's figure out a way to do that. I've publicly called him out now. So everyone tweet. What is it? What is Josh's?
Joshua. There should be a hashtag somewhere.
That's a lot of letters. Okay, yeah, at Joshua Topolsky. Tweet at him and let him know beard off. We need a hashtag for it. Hashtag beard off. Hashtag beard. I don't know. You guys can come up with something clever. You're the internet. So let's get this going, because you know what? Those are fighting words. I'm gonna.
He does have a very nice beard.
He does. He has an amazing. He has an amazing beard.
Bring your A game.
Wow, Steven. Whew. I mean, it's easy for you to say over there, lumberjack, brawny guy. Actually,
I went as Halloween.
you could totally be the brawny guy. But the old brawny guy. Yeah,
I
they.
shaved a mustache. I'll bring up the picture. I shaved a mustache. I wore a flannel shirt, a red flannel shirt.
Yeah.
And I carried around a roll of paper towels.
Dude, you are the brawny guy.
It was a regular Tuesday.
Yeah, it was a regular Tuesday.
Wow. These were the glory days of branding, where they were like, we need a brawny lumberjack looking guy with a mustache. Yeah. Yeah, and you can see a sort of comparison between the old one and the new one here. Oh geez, I don't want to print anything. Hands down, my money is the brawny guy on the left. That's the guy who sweeps sweeps me off my feet. The guy on the right, he looks like an Abercrombie and Fitch model. I'm not buying what he's selling. I don't need him to absorb my spills. But awesome. Oh, well, I have one more thing for you. Yes. Jordan, thank you for coming. I know you should be busy working, and instead I'm distracting you here. But I also have bourbon, and this is a little special something. Again, this is not paid for. I'm just a big fan. Kings County Distillery here in Brooklyn, or there in Brooklyn, and it'll get you fucked up. Oh, damn it! I'm sorry, Jordan's mom.
I can't show this to my mom.
I'm sorry. But anyway, this is a token of my appreciation.
Thank you.
Seriously, it's been a pleasure working with you guys. And the reason I chose alcohol is because I know how hard it is to work with me, and so alcohol works. You thought I was going to go there, and I was like, nope, let's take it here. So anyway, it's the least I can do.
Cool.
So,
wow.
Jordan.
5 minutes left.
Thank you, sir. I know. Oh, it's happening.
How is this held up there? Is it just like
glue?
Magic. Let's not talk about it.
Black magic?
Talk about it. It's gonna come crashing.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna, well, I don't really want to know.
If it's glue, we're not going to get our safety or
security deposit?
back. Yeah.
You guys have done way worse.
It's just like the world's
way
most
worse.
expensive cloth. Look at this.
Well, it only works once as a countdown. Oh my goodness. Can we, over the shoulder here? Hold on. Can we get, this is what Steven, up. Wow, this is clearly not a high production value show right here. There, yeah. Anyway, just trust me. Trust me, we're gonna put this, I'm gonna retweet this. Can you put this on Twitter?
It'll find its way out.
Awesome, I will retweet that, and then all of you can see it up close and personal. So that's how the collaboration with The Verge came out. And I'm gonna have to respond to the rest of that comment on Reddit in a second. Bat in the Belfry 5 asks, do you have a Snoo and Tom Hanks shrine? Now, not a lot of people know this. Snoo is the real name of the Reddit alien. The more you know. Actually, it actually doesn't say that, does it? It's just the tones, right? I think it's just the tones, and then the sparkle comes, and it says the more you know. Is that right? God, amateur hour. I am sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Here, just to be sure. Wait, we can do it again. We can do it again. Yeah, I was wrong. NBC. Yeah, so anyway, the Reddit alien's real name is Snoo. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Twitter, when are you going to create a mascot for Small Empires?
When am I going to create a mascot for Small Empires? Who is that on Twitter?
It was the guy that you talked to about Small Empires in Victoria.
Oh, fabulous. Okay. So oh man, there's amazing startup community in Victoria, British Columbia, and Canada. Now, everyone knows Vancouver, right? Very fun town, very cool town. Victoria, beautiful island off the coast. My Canadian geography is a little off, but I'm pretty sure those are all true statements. And I went there for a talk and was just blown away. I mean, thriving startup community there. And someone asked me about Small Empires in Victoria. And I was like, all right, listen, I would love to spend all my time traveling around, doing cool stuff, like shooting Small Empires all over the world. But I can't, like, I've got a cat. Like, I can't, I mean, there's the book tour, but I can't leave my cat for that long. And don't worry, I've got a really good cat sitter for the tour. The point was, we're working on a way to actually kind of, can I talk about this? And then I'm gonna answer the question.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
Okay, because I want to open source the show. We've had people in Orlando, now we have in Victoria, who really want to take Small Empires and show it off or show off their startup communities. And what's so great about this is, look, I don't know Victoria as well as you do. I don't know fill in the blank where you live as well as you do. I know New York pretty well because this is my home and I love repping it. But why don't we all use our comparative advantages to shoot our own versions of the show for where we are? And so, here's the branding. I want to bring this up. The reason there's no mascot for Small Empires is because it doesn't need one. Because the folks here at The Verge, who came up with this design?
The logo itself is a guy named, his name.
We're going to find out his name. He did an amazing job. And you'll notice there's a really subtle reference, subtle nod here to New York architecture. And you can imagine remixing this for different buildings in different parts of the world. And so I don't think this needs a mascot. I think in a lot of ways the host is kind of the mascot, the thing that kind of personifies it. And by that same token, I think the host could be different based on where it is. And so what would be really cool to me, and I don't think it's been done before, and I like stuff that's not been done before because it seems kind of fun, is what if we took an approach kind of like TED has with TEDx and set some basic sort of brand guidelines and kind of a format for the show and allowed people to take Small Empires and do their version of it, their Small Empires X, we'll come up with a better, Smaller Empire, whatever, some kind of name for it, and let people create their own versions of the show and own their versions of the show for whatever it is. And, basically spread the awareness of the amazing small empires that are growing all over the world and the people who are using these platforms and the people who work at these companies. Because that's the end goal, right? The idea is to have these ideas spread as far and wide as possible. And I'd love to see that happen all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry. It is Tom Hanks time. I got a little carried away. You'll notice the clock is now off because it can't comprehend existence now outside of the Tom Hanks AMA, and who can blame it? I'm going to pull up the IAmA front page right now, and that's very nice of you. Take that, Danny Brown. Currently, let me upvote you though. He is crushing in comments and discussions, but I'm still, I'm top for the short term. I want to see Tom Hanks. I still. No Tom Hanks yet. We're going to go to the new page. Let me give a quick shout out to all of you who spend time on the new page of a subreddit. Actually, can we hop back real quick? I just want to show. You all are heroes. You are the heroes of Reddit because you're willing to be on this section of Reddit. And there's some other good categories. In fact, controversial is really interesting. But you are on new. And what that means is you are the ones, you are the front line. You are the sort of Minutemen and Minutewomen for the internet. Because you are the ones who are saying, what is it, 2 lanterns if it's by sea? I know air was not an option back then. What if I land 2 if by sea? Thank you. This guy's from the West Coast. You guys do you even talk about the Revolutionary War over there? No, of course not. But Virginia, sorry. Or I guess Maryland. Point is, you are the ones who are constantly looking to see what stuff is going to get upvoted and what stuff is going to get downvoted. So thank you, because you have to deal with a lot of spam, a lot of garbage, and you do a great job, and no one ever gives you props for it. So I'm doing that. So thank you, Knights of New. And let's just keep hitting reload frantically as we wait for Tom Hanks. Oh, geez, AMA.
Is there somebody at the offices that pushes a button and the
No.
AMA goes live?
No, it's just they all Redditors are created equal, my friend. It's just Tom Hanks sitting in front of his laptop right now, and he's created his Reddit account probably. He's probably is he drinking? No, he's got a water. Maybe he's got a nice scotch, and a couple ice cubes clinking around, and he's just sitting there, and he's like, all right, I guess we'll start this AMA now.
Well, he's on California time, right?
So it's definitely scotch.
So
he's definitely drinking, and then he can go. This is great. A quick shout out to, there's an amazing subreddit that's really come up a lot in the last year. That's our hip hop heads. And if you can't tell from the name, it's a community of people who love hip hop. They're requesting that Danny Brown come by for an AMA over there. It's so cool because you now can see thousands, literally thousands of different communities online using subreddits to share links, have discussions. It's amazing. Again, remember, it all started here in this little sleepy suburb in Medford, Massachusetts. Again, I think this is 72. 72 is definitely the address. If anyone wants to go there and just knock on the door and be polite and just say, hey, by the way, Reddit was started here, that'd be cool. Don't harass anyone, but you know. That's where it all started. And now it's like, here we are, waiting for Tom Hanks to do an AMA. It's amazing. While we're waiting, actually, Richie, do you want to come on for a minute? All right. I got to introduce you guys to someone. So this is my friend Richie, who is also the tour manager for the Without Their Permission epic bus tour. Oh my God, Tom Hanks just showed up a minute ago and there are 189 comments. Richie, this is really unfair. It's like, hey, meet Richie. Oh, sorry, Tom Hanks has finally showed up.
At least I can be in his shadow with you, though.
That's good. I mean, it feels nice. It is a great shadow because it is cool and it smells like cardamom. It's really nice.
Cardamom?
Cardamom? Is that really how you pronounce it? Wow, that's on my own damn live stream, Richie. This guy. So, real quick, before we, I mean, I want to defer to Tom. I hope every one of you right now who's watching this live stream goes to IAMA.reddit.com/new, or just go to the Tom Hanks here. You know, I'm going to tweet it right now. You have no excuse. Tweet it right now. Go start reading this. Ask Tom Hanks your question, please, because he is amazing. And then Richie and I will continue to talk. What?
The top question on the AMA right now is, tussle my hair, Mr. Hanks.
Have you seen the YouTube comments?
Yeah.
They're unreal. They're very YouTubey.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Tom Hanks, AMA is here. I've just tweeted it. All right, great. So, Richie, while I'm frantically hitting reload to see Wilson or Spalding, oh, that's a great question. You better fucking say Wilson. You hear me, Tom? Wilson, make the right choice. Richie, what was it like planning? Well, actually, let me back this up. Did you have any experience planning a 150-stop, 75 university, 5-month book tour on a bus? No.
But in my defense, no one does. Because
You
I don't
can't
think
use
it's ever
that.
No, but it's never happened. Like I think we've been joking between us that, or I've been serious. I want to get someone from the Guinness Book of World Records to come on the tour because I don't think this has been done. I think the normal thing is like 4 stops, shake some hands, sign some books.
Sounds
so it's
weak.
both very large, and you're not going to read from the book, so it's unconventional times 2.
Is there anyone from Guinness watching? I mean, not necessarily the beer company, but that'd be great too. Also, great ad with the basketball in the wheelchairs. If you haven't seen that ad, it's one of the best commercials of the year. But the Guinness World Record Company, which I guess is a company?
Yeah, organization.
It's a nonprofit. Please, let's make this happen. Because I am in awe of the fact that you've been able to coordinate 150 stops at 75 universities and a bus, which we still need to talk about the wrap. Yeah, there's still some more work to be done. But what was the most surprising thing about having to do something this crazy?
I don't like to admit it, but Google Docs.
Really?
Because I'm not a big fan of Google stuff. But a few people wrote being like, how have you done this? Like, so this one girl wrote being like, I'm trying to get into tour management. Like, do you have any like thoughts or whatever? And to her, probably unhappy. I just wrote back Google. I mean, I wrote her like a nice letter, but I just wrote back really Google Docs will save your life.
Yeah.
And I think they have. But I don't know. I mean, like I said, I've never done this before. It's really just about communicating with people. A lot of psychology. I probably could have a degree by now just dealing with people.
Yeah.
Because it's like normal life times 150. And then it was also interesting because we started this in the summer and schools weren't in session, which created some interesting challenges. But it's been good. It all starts tomorrow, so we'll see. I know.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little nervous.
Well, you've been sitting here in a suit, and it's kind of hot in here.
Well, no,
so
it's just
I'm
the
pretty proud of
jacket.
you.
It's the jacket. I think you'll be good, though. I wanted to look nice for Gail and Charlie, and Nora.
Pointed questions.
It was. I know they were. I mean, it's like a little firing squad, and it's tricky because like, you've got like 30 seconds. You've got 20 seconds to come up with an answer that sounds like intelligible English, but. What's been the best school to work? Which school do you think is bringing it on like 11?
Okay, I can say this. I'm not actually on the tour, so you'll take the shit for all this.
No, I want to know who the best. I want to give them their love.
I'm trying to think. Waterloo has been pretty great. They're like the MIT
Canadians
of the Canada.
Of the Canada, yes, they are.
And they've been very good. God, I'm trying to think who else. MIT has been interesting. Stanford has been interesting. But honestly, some of the smaller schools have been really good because I don't think they get.
Yeah, let's give them some love.
They don't. Oh my God, I need to look at something. But they don't get these opportunities all the time where someone's just like, I'm coming. It's pretty free.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna do some stuff and we're not gonna just make it conventional. But I mean, Columbia's been really awesome, which is gonna be next week.
Yeah, New York.
Awesome. NYU's Cooper Union.
Cooper Union.
Which is a really underrated engineering school, but has some really awesome talent. Most people know it for the art.
And real quick, so for a lot of these talks, if you go to withouttheirpermission.com/tour dates, is this the right? I should be showing them. Yes. So this is where you want to go to make sure to sign up. If you want to go to any of these talks, they're hyperlinked if it's accessible and available. And just spread the word, please, because we are trying to do something a little unprecedented and a little crazy. And I would love to see a bunch of you show up, have a great time. I'm ready to push my body to its physical limits.
And your hand, because you're going to be.
I will sign until I was spoiled. We got to publish XKCD, Saturday Morning Breakfast Cereal, some of the best webcomics in the world. And I saw firsthand what Randy and Zach will do for their fans, like for the people who support these webcomics. Like, I watch Randy sign books until like 2:30 in the morning. And they have set such a high bar for me that I feel like if I don't do everything I can for anyone who comes out, I will be an utter failure and an awful person. So I think we'll have a good time.
That's deep.
I mean, there's really, like, and here's the difference. I'll tell you what part of the difference is too. All these people who come up, these artists who come up, they remember what it was like when they post their first blog entry and no one was reading it. They remember how hard it was to work their way up because they remember every tweet that was sent to them when they first were feeling down about working. And like I think it makes you a different kind of person when you see it, when you are just so much closer to your fan base. And I see it in all these artists we get to work with. And it's great because it means better art, it means happier fans, and it's really cool. But anyway, I have one more really important question for you, Richie. How old are you?
Still in college.
Very, very diplomatic. So you are still in college. So why can't you come on the tour with me?
Because I have to go to school.
Because he has to. Everyone's always surprised. Well, I mean, but
reading the book though, which is in the book, is that's how you got your like stuff done. In the beginning, the beauty of email and people not knowing the other person on the not that like the other person's bad, but it's that they're young or super young or they appear older than they are.
It is true, and I would wager that the vast majority of people who have done business with you or worked with you over email have no idea. And that's good. They're none the wiser.
I would confirm that. There have been some enjoyable things of people being like, "Oh, we're just like working with 24-year-olds, those assholes," and I just laugh in my little corner.
I love it.
Yeah, no, it's been really awesome, and I think part of it too is the reason why it's not so crazy is because like still being in college, you defer to me on things that I theoretically should know the answer to or be closer to than back in the day with you at UVA.
I'm old, man. I'm 30. I'm not going to pretend like I actually know what it's like to be an undergrad in school right now. But fortunately, I work with people who do.
And you graduated.
That is true. That is true. And it's come up a little bit. A lot of people in the AMA asking about going to school, staying in school. This is all stuff. This is why we are bringing Without Their Permission to your school, because it is the thing I wish I had had while I was an undergrad at UVA. And we just got lucky enough to be in Boston and hear Paul Graham give a talk called How to Start a Startup.
So come to the events.
Yeah, please come. And then drop out, yes. And then when you have great success, tweet at me or email me so that I can take all the credit for it. So I can feel like, good job, Alexis. You convinced her to start the next IPO or whatever, big deal kind of company. I lied. So there's one more thing. Okay. Now I totally forgot. Worst host ever. Book. I don't remember what I was gonna say, man. I don't know. That's all I got. You didn't have to, dude. Look at this. Steven gave me a Cliff Bar. It was half eaten when he gave it to me, this asshole, and a Snickers bar, which is also not a sponsor. It's just there. Well, I'm gonna answer some more questions. I'm gonna try to remember what I was gonna talk to you about, and then I'm gonna read a bunch of great things from Tom Hanks because he is amazing. So this thing is blowing up. This may be bigger than President Obama's. At this rate, it's already. Let me just give you a little taste here.
Has he eclipsed you already?
He will in about 30 seconds.
I would savor that.
This feels good. Yeah, for the moment. This is the. I remember now. Okay. So, this is so great. So, Josh Topolsky here has, he's here at The Verge. He has an amazing beard, and he called me out for having shaved off my beard. Now, you as another bearded man, Richie, I hope you can appreciate. I've made a very public challenge. Starting tomorrow, once the book tour starts, I'm going to stop shaving. I'm gonna, I'll trim it off the neck and stuff, but I'm growing this thing out. This is gonna be a tour beard. And I have made a friendly wager with Josh that my beard will be better than his by, what are we saying?
January 1st.
January 1st, by the new year.
Yeah.
My beard will be better. The loser we should make this a fundraiser for some kind of charity. We're thinking either with Movember or, donors choose something.
You know this has been done before.
It's been done?
Wolski believes in charity, actually.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Josh does not believe in charity?
We'll have to find out.
All right, well then if I win, he can donate to my favorite charity. If he wins, I will burn money for him. If that's what he wants. Really?
Yeah.
See, but who's gonna arrest? Whatever. We'll deal with that.
Burn a flag that is
oh god, made out of money.
No, but this has actually been done before.
Really?
David Axelrod, who was President Obama's senior advisor, is his wife runs a charity called Cure Epilepsy, which my family is involved in a bit. Yeah. And David shaved his mustache of like 20 or 30 years on Morning Joe for epilepsy.
Wow.
They raised, I don't know, I think it was either. It might have been half or hundreds of thousands of dollars. And David, if they hit the threshold, David would shave his mustache, and he's been clean shaven since then.
Wow.
So you can actually watch. They were on Morning Joe, and they cleaned him up.
See, now
so you have to top that.
I think between. Okay, I think
Could you tie it to the Prizio?
I think between the two of us, yeah. So I'm doing a Prizio campaign to fund every single STEM classroom in Brooklyn.
Oh.
At least it wasn't on camera. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah.
We were joking about 2 outfits.
Right?
Can we jump to a video?
I think so. We have a video.
To epilepsy, 50,000 people a year lose their lives. People like our daughter Lauren, Mike Barnacle's wonderful daughter Julia, have lost so much because of epilepsy and have fought through some very difficult times. So we're trying to raise some money for research, and we have. We made a challenge a month ago. If we could raise $1 million in a month, I would shave my mustache off on this show.
We did it.
And we did
Let's
it.
go.
Hey,
Willie,
what do you
think? I don't really know how to use this.
I don't think I would trust Mika. That's what I think.
How's this look, Dave? Does this hurt?
Did you practice?
No, I've never done this before. Is there a professional in the house?
No, it's a concept.
Should I let a professional do
I think we should go. Let's let it.
Steve,
Come on,
from
Steve.
Shave.
All right.
Take it away.
All right,
Turn
here's
him
the man.
around. I don't think I want to see this.
I am, yeah. I'm grateful for a professional.
Okay, so while that mustache goes away, I'm not sure we want to see the process.
No shrieking.
Willie's
going to
end up looking like Oliver
Hardy.
Put a stock on it.
4 years ago, I had a scar under my mustache. So.
Joe, I thought you were going to step in with the straight razor in this operation. What happened there?
Well, Mika was wielding the straight razor, and David.
Let me just say, I was not going to let Joe Scarborough near my neck with a straight razor.
Now we're going to the straight razor.
Yeah.
Here we go.
God.
Turn it over to Joe now.
Joe Scarborough, Sweeney Todd moment. We were just talking about Sweeney Todd, but Willie, can you imagine all the mustard that this mustache has absorbed in Chicago and Comiskey Park over the past 40 years?
This is like an archaeological dig.
Oh my God!
my Lord.
That's a good look. That is a good look. Are your friends at the White House watching, David?
Yeah, laughing, I'm sure.
Laughing.
Yeah. You're a brave
we'll
man.
just say tail off.
Good dad.
Wow. Unbelievable. Donnie Deutsch, can you believe this?
It's good, isn't it?
Donnie's stylish. I'll take his.
Looks good.
You think?
Coming up, Donnie, and
He's an image
Judge.
guy.
Now, by the way, we're going to give McKinnon's scarf now. Yeah. Put on the whole package. We'll be done. And I think we're all good to go now.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
David Axelrod /
Susan, step around.
Go ahead.
It's good.
Are we still married?
Give
Still
him
married.
Give him a kiss.
I just want to leave with the same woman I came in with.
Without a mustache. Now David's bleeding out now. Can you dab?
I thought you were a professional.
He's bleeding out. Would you like to give your husband a kiss?
I told you I wanted to see his license.
Suck the blood off.
Suck the blood right off of there.
My God, call 911.
You did a great job. Steve from eShave here at
Thank you
so much.
Awesome. All right.
Appreciate it.
The stash is slashed. When we come back, a preview.
Oh, hello there. I really, really, really spilled some coffee while you were gone. The good news is no equipment was harmed, and we all got a good laugh out of it. All right, so I really want to do this. I don't know if we can make, I don't know if we can make a big enough deal out of it, like shaving something off for charity, but like if we can find some objective way to have us competing to create the better beard, I think we can raise a lot of money by New Year's. So we just got to think about it. And
is there a startup that, what's up from the dude from Warby Parker? Aries or something?
Oh, yeah, to make the razors.
Yeah.
But I mean, we could...
No, but is there like some, I don't know, charity thing to do with them?
Maybe. We can figure this out.
Or someone, you could auction out the opportunity to shave your face.
Oh, God. No one wants that.
End horribly.
No, no one wants that. Exactly. I can tell from the...
Morning Joe. So
oh, my God. We're doing Morning Joe on Wednesday. I don't know if that's the place to pitch it. Hey, guys, I'm growing a tour beard for the next 5 months. Let me come back in half a year. Okay, let's...
Someone has suggested the hashtag Beard Bros.
Beard Bros. I like it. I mean, I don't like bro culture. I'm not advocating for bro culture. Also note, I did not say brony culture. I wholeheartedly support brony culture. Bro culture, less nice. But let's make this work. And I'm going to count on you and Steven to give me beard advice. Because you both have solid facial hair. And I need that. Because I'm not going to be defeated by Josh.
It's going to be winter, too. So you're going to be in, like, Minnesota.
Oh, it's going to be perfect. No, I hope to get much respect from the Midwest. And as I'm, braving the elements. I mean, I don't know who is the tour manager who planned for me to be in Wisconsin in late December, but I guess it's a perfectly fine time to go.
We're close to defined physics on this thing. So there was about a 0-day window. I'm pretty sure actually every day is full right now.
Every day?
Every day.
This is amazing. I'm so excited. This is gonna be great. We also got a t-shirt cannon. I can't stress that enough. All right, real quick, I just wanted to tune in, and actually, thank you, Rich. I mean, you're welcome to stay. You want to just hang?
I would love to.
All right. Wait, to go?
No. Oh, right here? Okay.
Yeah. No, I said you can stay. Yeah, I mean, you can stay there, wherever you're comfortable. This is, I know. Like, they gave Topolsky
I'm not complaining.
Josh got the real studio. I get some poor guy's office. So just to bring you up to speed, Tom Hanks, it is taking like an hour and a half to reload this AMA. It's up to 92% likes. If you just want to compare to, and remember I said I've stuck to this. He's one of the greatest living actor. Co-founder of Reddit, ended up with a solid 70% likes, which I'll take that 70% approval rating. But it is dwarfed by Tom Hanks's 90%. So if you have any doubt in your mind, Tom Hanks is well liked. He still has not, let me make sure I get this right, he still has not answered anything, but let's be clear, he is probably inundated with so much crazy stuff. All right, let's see, Tom Hanks. I mean, he's up to over 1,200 comments in, so what that means, oh, there we go. In 18 minutes, Tom Hanks's AMA has eclipsed mine on Reddit. It has jumped to the #1 spot, and it's kind of amazing. I will also point out there are a range of comments, including one from, wait, is this right? Hold on. Did I see that? Wait, go back. Hold on. I thought, yes. A message from Tom Hanks.
He shouted you out.
I don't want to gloat, guys, but Tom Hanks says, we're trying, oh gosh, there we go. We're trying to get some technical difficulties sorted out on my end. So in the meantime, thank you very much to Nothing for counting down to my AMA today. Tom, that is the least I could do. And I'm just going to imagine you typed that thing out, and with every character just thought of me and us and our potential relationship together.
He was probably tuning in.
He was watching. He's probably still watching. Right now, Tom, I know. Your team is trying to resolve these technical difficulties, and you know what? These things happen. We understand. We totally understand.
It's a good problem to have.
It is. I mean, I am actually feeling a little guilty because I don't know if our servers can handle awesome of this magnitude. And I mean, by comparing, he is about to eclipse Danny Brown, who's been up for the last few hours in terms of comments in minutes. Like, this just isn't right. There is. I wish there would be an animated GIF for this. There it is. There is an animated GIF that pretty much sums up all of this. The fact that this is even happening is kind of blowing my mind. I am just hitting reload like all the rest of you, waiting for Mr. Hanks to do his thing. Oh, come on, Tom. Oh, no. I teased myself. I was like, that's the one. All right. Well, the next best thing we can do is, oh, man. Let's hit reload. All right. No, that was retweet. I don't know how to use the internet. I guess well, what's the next best thing? I guess I can answer more questions from people before Tom Hanks gets started. Is that? I just feel like, you know, the opening act is done, people. Like, you know, you can move along to the star. Okay. Oh, man. Did Tom Hanks ever go by the nickname Thanks? See, so this is a reference, a little callback to earlier. I imagine he did, and we're all better off for it. Really, the best feedback I've gotten about today has been the Carrie Bradshaw references. I never realized how close she and I were until today. Digital, what a great username. What did you think about 6% of internet users being on Reddit? Wait a minute, your math does not add up, Digital. Is this number correct? How do you plan on getting this to 96%? I guess, don't you want 94? I mean, I guess you just want to add them. I thought he meant like, or she meant getting it to the other 94% who are not using it. Either way, you're welcome. Thanks for Redditing. And please, please, please keep telling people about the site. We'll be there in no time. One of the most fun things about that Pew report, let me see, Pew report, Reddit usage was, so yes, it pointed out that 6% of all online users are Reddit users. But what was so cool was when you started to break down the numbers in terms of demo, where is it? Damn it.
That's 18 to 29s are really high, right?
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Because when you break it down to his husbands, no. Although there's the Redditor's wife. Here we go. This is not the actual citation to it, but the 50%. Where's mine? There we go. Yes. So 11% Reddit usage by demo. We have a very much larger than all the other social media sites: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and Pinterest for Latinos. So 11% of Hispanics who use the internet and use Reddit, which is pretty damn awesome. So now I'm thinking,
understand their Twitter account.
Yeah, yeah, and compared to all these other social networking websites, and I mean, yes, you know, this Pew data is far from perfect, but it's really exciting. And one of those things where if you look toward where Reddit can be in the future in terms of a just platform for online communities to have discussions, man, it's magic. It's magical. It really could be this thing for so many just to share links, have discussions, and all that great stuff. All right, come on, Tom. I'm hitting reload again. I'm hoping that the technical difficulties are better. Oh, yes, they are. Huzzah. Awesome, Marianne. Do you have any pets? If you do, is any of them called Wilson?
That's a grammatical error.
You know, you're right. This is why I feel so bad when I send out an email that has a grammatical error, because I know if Richie had seen it ahead of time, I wouldn't have done it.
Second or first comment? Second comment?
Let's say second or third. And he says, one dog. She needed walking every night, or she needs walking every night, and I'm the only one who takes her. See that, Tom? Such a good guy, Tom Hanks. Apparently, David A. asks about reruns of Bosom Buddies, and I guess it's because it wasn't shot in HD that there are never reruns of it. I've never actually seen Bosom Buddies. Have any of you? Oh my God, is that Tom Hanks superimposed on animals?
Yes.
Tom Hanks animals. This is pretty much, wow, yeah, I had no idea this existed. There are this many Tom Hanks on animals? Wow. Good job, Internet. Great. Actually, no, great job with that. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's Danny Brown. No, let's go back here. No, it's a very different interview. But yeah, so the Tom Hanks AMA is happening. I have nothing left to count down to, which is nice, because now I think I'm gonna have a burrito, and none of you need to watch that. I mean, it's not gonna be that fun. And so I'm gonna keep answering questions, I promise. You have my word. I'm gonna keep responding to all these things on the Reddit, on the Twitter. I will never do my English accent again. Fine.
Come on.
Yeah, righto. Chip, chip, hip, hip, hip.
Just
right?
violated that statement.
Yep. Oh, cheerio, right? Yeah, I get in so much trouble for that on the Twitters. Sorry, England. Hey, look, that's why we had a revolution, right? Because we insisted on speaking our messed up English and didn't want to live by your rules anymore. So thank you for paying attention for this long. And for those of you who've been here, we are about to hit hour 57 of this live stream. And yeah, I clearly haven't shaved in the last 2.5 days, but it's been worth it. I haven't literally left this desk in all that time just because Tom Hanks and his AMA meant so much to me. But really, thank you for tuning in. And hopefully, you will get your question answered by Tom Hanks. I'm going to write mine right now. He's an amazing human, one of our greatest actors, and I'm just thrilled that he's on Reddit. This is so cool. So thank you very much. Richie, thank you for being here.
Anytime.
Stephen, thank you for barking out orders off camera, yelling at me, and one day I hope to be able to make eye contact with you. And dude, Devin, do you want to come out here for a second? No one needs to man the board. Leave it. We're going rogue. Board free. Board free. Ladies and gentlemen, Devin, this is the guy who's actually doing all the work to make all this stuff happen. And it was a pleasure, sir. And I have, sorry, Richie, I can't give you this on camera because you're underage.
Or in real life.
Here, or in real life. Here is a bottle of a delicious bourbon from Kings County, Brooklyn.
Thanks so much.
Sure thing, man. Don't drink it all at once.
Try not to.
All right, good. And thank you so much for watching. I'm on the Twitter.
I don't drink.
Oh, you don't drink?
But I appreciate this.
Period? You can get your friends. You'll be a great friend.
Absolutely, I'll be a perfect host.
Excellent. Great. No, don't put it. Well, you can put it. You probably on eBay. I don't think you can do alcohol on eBay.
You buy smart water with the proceeds.
Something like that. Yeah. But either way, thank you. And to all of you who are here, this was great. We should do it again sometime. And please keep the questions coming. I'll answer them on the internet. So thanks. Yeah, slow clap.